Hello. Good afternoon. Not too bad. Okay. You? Well, that's weird. Hold on a moment. Why would that be the case? Mm-hmm. 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 Not yet. You've been tethered to this mortal coil still. All right, everybody. I'm going to try and figure out why you can't hear him. I can hear you just fine. It just seems like Audacity doesn't like you very much right now. And OBS, rather. Okay. All I did was close it and restart it. Was that a mistake? Was it a mistake to close and restart the program? Alright, let's try doing this. We'll just change the device over here. Do you like that?
Do I like that?
Yeah, there you are. Okay. Okay. Well, that's new. It was set to just default
Oh, yeah.
speaker.
Did you update your video card drivers or anything like that?
You know, I didn't, but I think OBS might have updated, and it was set to default instead of like to the device. So anyway, it should.
Because
Be
anytime you update like any device ever, it decides that it should use the default, and then the default never works.
Okay, let me drop your volume. You're coming in a little loud.
If only Paige could do that. Haha.
Okay, so
you want to just pretend like this didn't happen?
Volume test.
Over?
Tell me about the zapping system.
It's good. You use scenario A, whichever disc you put in first, and then you beat the game, and that unlocks a save file with scenario B, in which you come in through the back of the police station, and it's much harder.
Okay.
Now I'm too quiet.
No, but they're delayed, so you can't trust them.
Oh, perfect.
They're like
I'm
10
apparently
seconds
perfect
back.
now.
Yes.
Oh, excellent.
I've balanced it exactly. They're catching up with the future.
Stop living in the past, chat.
Chat in the past is terrible.
Terrible. All right, you want to just do it over? Okay.
I mean, that's fine, but we can talk shit about them because they're so far in the past that like it doesn't.
They won't even know for like a second.
It's completely pointless. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, good afternoon, Wooly. How are you today?
Good. Things are okay. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Okay, fantastic. I'm a little late on this. I'm about 2 weeks late on this, but I just saw the news today, and I want to give a big shout out to everybody out there, everybody listening to this, everybody worldwide, and particularly those who live in the British Isles or the former British Empire. I want to thank you for your hard work. Enough damage has been done to the Queen of England. She is entering a new phase. We've broken through and moved to a new phase on the Queen. We're almost there.
Okay. What phase is that?
I'm going to assume you didn't see those articles.
Have the vocals start kicking in on the boss fight?
It is the most baffling series of articles I've ever seen about the royal family, in which they all say the Queen has retreated to the palace and has entered a new phase. You can literally look up Queen of England new phase, and you'll find these fucking weirdo articles.
New phase. Okay.
And
yeah.
people are wondering if she is pupating, possibly. If she is going
may
to
not
come
see
out,
her for a
if
while. Okay, I
if
see.
she's gonna
This
step down off a chariot and take her coat off.
No, this is the rules of nature. Like the boss fight vocals are kicking in towards the end, you know, as you're doing hype shit and popping off. This is
In
when
all in all seriousness, no, though, it's because she's fucking old.
Okay. It's not because she's decided to pull out the Moonlight Greatsword and went, you were by my side all along.
Yeah, no. What's likely is in fact that she is in poor health, and is old, and is not going to be making public appearances because passerbys notice, hey, why are the queen's body parts purple and dead? And she was in the hospital yesterday and was whisked from the palace to the hospital, back to the palace.
My guy,
which means
Moonlight.
Which means everybody out there with your negative thoughts, I want you to stop that. I want you to stop. Take a break. You've earned it. Take a full day of rest. And tomorrow, you start those negative thoughts again as hard as you ever had. We're right there. Right there.
You know, I feel like we're headed for a weird era where like I feel like the center of attention when I was a kid would shift. Maybe it's just because it was my perception, but in terms of like, you know, global attention, it feels like it would always shift backwards towards a like, what's up?
I just saw somebody in the chat yell out, "The Queen 1% enrage."
Okay.
And
Sure.
you gotta do it in 12 minutes.
More dots.
Or she hits enrage, and then you gotta start over.
The floor pattern is wild. Call in the tank. You have to take this hit. Yeah, I can only follow so many steps into this joke, into this variant.
Yeah,
of the
no,
joke.
that's fine.
You know, but no, I was just gonna say that like, but I feel like the center of attention is gonna be on a whole bunch of like young people getting older, and it's gonna stay on the old people for a while.
Yeah, that's how it go. Yeah.
But like I think it might be a little bit like more focused on the old, like because it feels like, I don't know, it hasn't been as gradual, it hasn't been as gradually moving towards the young as fast as I thought.
We're going to be hearing about Bezos's new blood treatment for youth
and shit and so on and so forth
in like 60 years, and we're all going to have to fucking put up with Musk's fucking stupid bullshit until he blows up in orbit.
And the Chalamets and Zendayas and Hollands of the world will continue to be the young faces, but like it's not going to be as much about them as it is going to be about like whatever else Leo is doing. What's his latest movie, and or, you know, I don't know, just everyone that we've been watching for our entire lives going forward into their gray.
So here's a fun idea,
including us.
Have you noticed that as time has gone on over our lifetimes, movie studios, let's use movie studios, have become increasingly desperate to monetize anything that the public already knows?
Mm-hmm.
So sequels, remakes, remakes of sequels, sequels of remakes of sequels, etc.
Mental real estate is the highest value.
That applies to people too.
Yes.
Why would the paparazzo follow around this new star when they can just hang out at Leonardo DiCaprio's house and watch the school bus pull up?
Absolutely.
It's gonna be there every day.
And, you know, the torch passing has been going on for a while now with, you know, the when the kids of said people also go straight into stardom.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and sometimes it's certainly it's well deserved, like Colin Hanks.
That is a generous use of the word deserved.
I didn't say Chet Hayes.
God damn it! I
said
can't get them.
Colin Hanks.
Very big celebrities should not be allowed to have more than one child.
Okay, well, anyways, you clearly mix them up. No, Colin Hanks is great. He's really good at acting. He's fantastic. You know, earned his roles, and you know, and then there's the other cases out there. Yeah. Anyway, sure. New phase for the Queen.
Die Queen. That's
Wonderful.
that's my stance on the topic. If anybody was
Advice.
unclear.
Okay. So
I mean, get better soon.
So I suppose I should probably elaborate on a couple of things and basically describe how a couple days ago I was in the middle of playing some SMT5.
Yes, you were. Yes.
And I had recently acquired some Cheez-Its.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because and you know, before there's any snack judgers out there, I realize, and I do agree, that Cheez-Its are not the best tasting snack. However, they were
there.
They're keto friendly. They're not as carby as because they're mostly cheese.
I mean, I'd have a Cheez-It.
Yeah, they're mostly cheese. Therefore, they're not as carby as like a big real chip, for example, of potato varieties. So that's why I was eating some Cheez-Its, you know? And they're pretty tiny. And so I was holding a couple in my fingers. And then I had I got a message from Min about something with the transfer of the LPs and stuff.
So you grabbed the SD card.
I had to go grab the SD card. Well, the micro SD card specifically.
Oh, the little tiny baby ones?
Yes, because recently I had to switch to a different reader. The old reader broke, so now I'm using a micro SD. So I'm holding the tiny, tiny ones, exactly. So I have both of these in my hand, and I'm snacking. And I'm walking over to change the SD. And then my headphone... like, I think the battery starts to die.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm like, oh, let me go over and just do that while I'm walking. And, yeah, as I'm walking over, I'm holding the micro SD card, the chip, and I'm looking at where the headphones are, and I'm absent-minded, and I raise the SD card to my mouth and stop before I release the SD card.
See... Your original tweet was unclear because this could have gone three ways.
Yes, and I was going for...
This could have been this, obviously, right? What actually happened. You could have destroyed it with a bite.
Yep.
And that's the end of it. Or you could be like, well, I am the footage now as it floats around in your torso.
Yeah, no. Micro... SD cards in particular are just going down in one, and that would have been I would have ate at least 2 weeks or so worth of footage. Real easy. But I did stop myself. However, the tweet I was going for refusing to describe situation, refuses to explain, does not elaborate. Yeah. So I did in fact pump the brakes as it was at my mouth, but like that observation was quite dangerous, to which I realized, you know, the Cheez-It size is about twice the size of a micro SD, but it's a little too comparable. So I ask and I recommend.
You would have had to pass that if you ate it. Like
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
small enough to go all the way through.
Oh no, I'm not trying to get that back out. If that went down, we're just riding with it.
Oh, you wouldn't try and induce vomiting to get it back?
No, that's done. It's too small. Fuck it.
Okay.
If I ate the data, I ate the data. I feel as if, if it were like the size of a normal SD card, it would be too annoying in my throat, But micro, it's half a chew. Like it's gone. You can swallow that with water like a pill. I've literally swallowed larger pills.
Yeah, I've swallowed some big pills.
Yeah.
Though you get to have that realization as it passes through your throat and it hits like a tiny piece of like your palate or something, and it's a completely hard plastic object, and you go, oh, what?
Yeah.
Wait
a
second.
Like the body would not enjoy the plastics and metals, but like I don't imagine the amount would be like anything that would cause major damage.
No, it would cause discomfort at the end.
Yes, and that would be it. At which point, if the footage then reappeared on YouTube, you could all imagine how we got it.
It happens. Everybody makes mistakes. Things like this just happen, and you dodge the mistake.
I dodged the mistake, and I think that's important, because not everyone is as fortunate as to dodge the mistake.
It's not like you were doing laundry and almost knocked yourself on the ass by just huffing bleach. Just huffing it.
Like, I understand the instincts of, like, what's in here? But there's very few things that can be in your house that you're not supposed to sniff. And at the top of that list would be the bleach in the laundry room. That's the top of the list.
Yeah, why? The thing that's poison.
That's correct.
Hard poison. Yeah.
So
sometimes you just got to figure out what's going on, and what better way than to ingest it. Like, what if you had eaten that micro SD card and then you could tell what the footage was?
Like, what if you were looking under the sink and you're like, was this the rat poison? Or was this
orange
some
juice.
Spilled candy?
Yeah.
And then you just touch it to your tongue just to go like, is that which one is that?
Yeah. Oh, it's the good one.
Yeah. Anyways, so word to the wise, don't get distracted by a third
Don't
thing.
get distracted when you're dealing with inedible objects of any kind.
That being said, I'm sure as we live in a world of SD cards, USBs, and all kinds of super tiny micro devices, like how many children have just gotten into the computer room and just shoved SD cards and swallowed a bunch of shit that, they then had to the parents had to fucking go get help.
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking of the predating that quite a bit was when I was a child. My dad, even a young child, my dad would very, very strongly point out, do you see that blue shit that looks like Kool-Aid? Don't drink that. You will fucking die. Because it will taste like Kool-Aid. Don't drink it. It's antifreeze. You will die. And then at some point in my growing up, they finally added bitterants to antifreeze to cut down on the amount of pet and child fatalities.
Did it actually taste like...
Has a shit ton of glucose. Yeah, tastes sweet.
Sugar? Yeah? Wow.
Yeah, it's very sugary.
Okay. Fuck.
So dogs and young children will eat mouthfuls.
Tons of it. Was it kept within reach?
Yeah, because antifreeze containers are heavy. So they'd be at the bottom of your garage.
Jesus.
Okay. And it would look like a big fucking jug of Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
Don't know what the fuck they were thinking with that. I don't know why it took them decades to add bitterants to it.
No, and you got to hide the color. You got to you can't make it a big transparent juice bottle looking thing.
Yeah.
a logo of like a polar bear on it.
See, Nintendo knew right away and decided to make the Switch games bitter. So that a bunch of idiots with YouTube channels would taste them and go, ew, it's gross.
Now, I can confidently say that probably one of the dumbest things I did when I was really young, and I still remember doing it, is playing with my Lego. And I took the Lego Men, and I thought it was interesting how I could put it in my mouth, not swallow, and lean my head back and have it go and like stop at the swallow point, but not actually go down, and then go like, and now it's back out. And I was like, oh, there must be some sort of like platform that it sits on or something that like stops it, you know? And I was like, what is that? And I just remember trying to visually think of like what the inside of my throat looked like, and I was like, there must be like a table or a flat thing at the bottom, like right behind my throat.
How old are you in this story?
Like 6, 5. You know,
that's
like
too old for this story.
I mean, I was definitely like, I knew about the dangers of things, but. Yeah, no. 5, 6 people are still fucking around and doing dumb things, like, you know. But I remember doing that, just being like, why doesn't it go down? That's curious. And then, you know, obviously stopped doing that. And I also like dived in a pool by myself when no one was looking, like at like 3 or 4 or so. To which a brother had to,
a lot of people did,
dive in and save me. So, you know.
When I was 3 years old, I dived in a pool when nobody was looking. And by nobody was looking, I mean my neighbor Corey was looking. And by nobody was looking except for Corey, I mean Corey pushed me into the pool and held me under.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Because Corey was an asshole.
Okay. No, that's... I just thought I'd jump in after everyone had gotten out and had dried off and was, like, done with the pool for the day. I wanted to go in, so I just did. And no one noticed... for a bit, but they heard a splash.
Yeah.
And then, like, my brother had to just run in, or stepbrother had to run in and dive in and pull me out and shit.
And be like, what are you doing, man?
Yeah. Anyway, don't,
By the way, the end of that story is that we no longer ever went to Corey's house.
Is that, okay. Was it his pool? Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
He was 5.
All right. The pushing in the pool stories that happened at my cousin's place came to an abrupt end. I believe I wasn't there, but I think because like just shoving people into pools was a thing you could do because people didn't have cell phones back then, right?
The last time I shoved somebody into a pool was about 12 years ago, and the fun immediately soured when it was like my fucking phone. God damn it.
Okay, then you did that.
We pushed. You remember Nick?
Yeah.
We pushed him into a pool, and then he comes up, and his glasses are all fucked up, and he just starts swearing at the top of his lungs in French, and pulls out his admittedly destroyed phone.
12 years ago is way too recent, dude. The pool push died. You had to stop doing that at least 15 to 20 ago. Because, that's exactly
we were wasted, to be fair.
Even before the cell phone age, like the possibility of a pager, you know, there were a couple of things like that could have happened. And at the very least, the transitional period of like, stop it, guys, stop it. Okay, let me just take my shit out first, right? Just take my wallet and phone or whatever. Okay, fine, accepting it. There was that period, but now, that's over. But over at my cousin's, where getting tossed in the pool was a constant. When we weren't there one time, I heard that like that happened after some time of like neglect, or I don't know what happened, but I guess they just didn't maintain the pool, or they didn't do something they needed to. And
I know exactly what they didn't do.
And the fucking walls of the pool just split apart, and all that chlorine water just raced out all over the lawn, all over Henry Barassa, and all over the neighbor's prized garden.
Of course it did. Of course it did.
And that soured. I mean, that used to be a friendly neighbor, and that stopped being a friendly neighbor.
Above ground pool, right?
Yep.
Hey, I used to help my dad take care of the pool back at one of the places I lived as a kid. Hey, if those of you don't know, there's only 2 things you need to do to maintain your pool outside of like putting it away for winter and draining it and stuff like that. 1, check the pH every week and then dump the requisite amount of chlorine. Make sure your pool isn't poisoned. 2, every time you're having fun in the pool, have an adult yell at you not to kick off the sides to go really fast.
Yeah.
Because that's number
the
2
weakener. Yeah,
is what caused your problem.
Okay, that would explain it. Yeah, everybody kicked the fuck off the sides.
Yeah,
man.
no, that every single time you do that, you make the total pool just a little bit weaker.
Oh boy. And I guess they can't make them that much more sturdy, otherwise you can't set the things up. But anyway, above ground pools, yeah, that's a fucking liability. I mean, I don't think I think it just hit the highway, but there's a lot of cars. There's like a highway nearby, and I don't think any cars were touched. But like the main thing we heard about was just like the neighbor behind losing his fucking mind, and I don't know if like charges were pressed, but I heard there was talk of it.
I don't know, man. Pool water is like hyper toxic to plant life.
Yeah.
Like, that shit's done.
It's gone. And I don't know about even replanting without a complete soil redo, you know?
Hey, shout out to the guy who says above ground pools are so trashy. Sorry I was poor, asshole.
At the time, it was above ground or nothing. Like, there's no one I knew had fucking in ground. You know, that's a modern, affordable convention.
The only people I knew that had an in-ground pool in my entire life was the family that I described, my pal Eric, who had the 2 brothers that were always fighting, and the dad who just hid in the garage looking like he was 1 step away from suicide. You may remember me describing that family. They
Jesus.
had an in-ground pool.
Okay. Yeah. It became more common later on, but like in the 90s, fucking everyone had an above ground pool or nothing. That was it. And yeah, everyone took a trip down to Club Piscine.
Oh man, Club Piscine was shit.
It's
fun. Walking around a pool store is cool. It has a nice smell. It smells like pools.
Oh, you like that? I'm not.
Pool smell is an overtly clean smell.
Yeah, but it's like the chlorine at a high intensity.
Chlorine smells like clean.
It's just burning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Clean.
You'd like smelling salts.
Wooly, I grew up in a household in which one parent had OCD and the other was a working man who would rinse paint off his hands by dipping them into the fucking bucket of turpentine.
So then you like the janitor.
I was set up to adore hardcore cleaning products.
You like the janitor fumes that come off the school ground when
I'll be really honest. My favorite of the bad chemical smells is, man, gasoline.
Wow.
Gasoline fucking rules. I know not to huff it, but I'm just saying if I accidentally get a whiff, that's a smile.
Pat the gas huffer over up in Shats. Huffing gas with the boys in Shats.
Yeah, so not only did I not know not only did I know not to huff gas because my parents correctly advised me not to do it. I knew a kid who did occasionally huff gas. And I did not want to be like Adam.
That's good. That's good.
Adam and Greg would hang out and play with gasoline and styrofoam and try a jury rig napalm and fuck around with spare shell casings their uncles gave them.
Like, the question is like, for at least for me, I didn't exactly have access to gas to begin with. I wasn't gonna siphon it from the car. They didn't keep spare gas containers lying around, and I'm not going to the fucking gas station. So like, I'm like, where are you getting the gas from anyway?
Lawnmower.
Oh. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Jesus.
Best part about mowing the lawn is getting just a little tertiary whiff of the forbidden scent.
Okay, well, I don't have any.
And then it mixes with fresh cut grass, and you're like, yeah, this is a good day.
I don't have any deep affection for chemical smells. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. All right. Did a couple things this week.
Tell me about the couple of things that you did this week.
And there's a lot of things to touch on, so let's just roll pretty quickly.
Let's roll it.
Watched the first episode of Arcane, and it was very good.
How is it?
It was very good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Would you agree with me when I said that like you'd probably still watch it even if it was boring just because it looks so pretty?
Yes. What I found particularly impressive, which is notable, is the infinite budget and the absolute lack of a non-money frame anywhere in the entire series. The absolute ridiculous amount of money spent on every frame is what I found to be pretty interesting, In particular, the scene in the first episode where the mentor is talking to the shopkeep, and then like the cops walk in, is one where the light on their faces and the detail of the animation of their lips and all those little things, just from a 3D perspective, is unbelievable. But it looks like a freeze frame of all the artwork I've seen of League of Legends painted and put into the game. Every frame a painting, as they say, that not only looks incredible but matches the style of the artwork. So infinite budget. Shout outs to infinite budget. It's pretty incredible.
It's weird because like the design of like a lot of the characters is different from the design in League, and the design of these characters is way better than their League designs. Like Echo, Jinx, Caitlyn, etc. have like variations on their original designs that are 100 times better than their current real designs.
So I assume every single character I see is a like prequel or pre-timeline version of a playable character later on.
I think the weirdest one by far was that I was like, yes, except, excuse me, mom and dad, I'm working. Except for the character of Jace, who is just some guy, some scientist man. And then I loaded up Runeterra, and it was like, new card, Jace from Arcane.
Okay.
And I was like, yeah, okay.
Because I'm just looking, like, there's so many playable characters in this shit that, like, even the dumb, like, bum kid that, like, follows them and gets into the fight, I'm like, I bet you he's somebody. I bet you everybody's somebody.
But yeah.
So
it's definitely a very weird situation watching a a far-flung prequel in which you're like guaranteed not to die. Right. Guaranteed not to die.
Right.
Etc. I got a couple episodes in, and that quality kept going. All I really have to say is that there's a character that fucking sucks, but you're like, maybe they don't suck so bad. Oh no, they suck hard. They're the worst. Good job on correctly demonstrating that through the narrative, that they're totally the worst. Now, to those of you who are saying Jace has been a champion for years, I hear you, but he wasn't a card until a couple weeks ago. And as we all know, the card game is the main game that everything else sprang from.
Now, to be fair, despite the fact that like all the marketing I've seen mentions that this is the world of Runeterra, when the show starts up, underneath it says League of Legends.
Yeah.
Right. So they at the end of the day they backed down and kind of went like it's LOL.
Mm-hmm.
You know, no matter how much they want to talk about the Runeterra universe. So that was nice. That was nice. It was good that they had the infinite budget. The other thing that I very much enjoyed were the breathy female vocals that kick in. You know, Imagine Dragons kicking in, and that's all fine. That was doing its thing. And then at some point, there's definitely that vibe of the "Welcome to your life."
I'll be honest, I don't even remember that.
No, there was at some point in the middle of the first episode, we do that the modern movie trailer thing, you know, where you just gotta get it's that same anyway. It's like that. It's that movie clip. Movies are all right or aren't all right, where everything has that same sounding like it's you know post Amy Winehouse, but not as good, light vocally, "Welcome to your life," and then it fades into like "Whoa," and then someone makes a quip, and then someone raises an eyebrow at the camera, you know. Anyway, there's a little bit of that music happening, and I was like, there it is, you know, the whisper songs that happen in all the trailers these days. No, you haven't seen.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
Okay, so there's a trend that happens a lot.
No, I know the trend. I know, but what are you talking about in regards to the show?
There's a song in the middle of the first episode that's like that.
Oh,
it's a whisper song.
I did not realize.
All right.
I watched that like 2 weeks ago.
Okay, so there's the Imagine Dragons song in the intro, and then there's halfway through when they hit the switch to go down to the underworld for the first time.
Oh, right.
And as they're going down to the underworld for the first time, and they're looking and showing you all the underworld life, there's playing a whisper song. Yeah, that's all. You know, that thing. Welcome to the playground. Yeah. So anyway, that part. It was funny. But yeah, no, definitely. I'm like, that's some quality shit, and some of the like, yeah, just conversationally, like some of the best, like just close up lip syncing and facial expression stuff that I've seen. I mean, I like a lot of facial expression stuff, you know, like the Pixar movies have gotten, you know, praised for that, and then at a certain point the overdoing it gets noticed. But I think it comes through pretty well in a lot of moments here. That there's that, like, I think a moment in the beginning where like Vi is telling one of her partners to shut up, and kind of just does like a shut the fuck up kind of face, and it's like, oh yeah, that's good animation. I appreciate that, you know. So anyway, gonna keep watching that.
It's probably now that I'm thinking about it, it's probably the only thing I've ever watched on Netflix in which I got annoyed by macro blocking due to streaming. Like every now and then there'll be a scene transition with the colors, and you get to see like a little bit of streaming artifact or something like that.
Oh, did you get it? I didn't have any of that.
The reason it's nothing, it's par for the course, and I'm on a above averagely big TV. But it specifically annoyed me because it reminded me of when Blizzard would compress their fucking CG animations to fit on a CD.
The Warcraft 3 intro with the fucking
and I'm
bird.
Like, yeah, it's like, I know that you rendered this at a goddamn higher bit rate.
Yeah. Watching that, I watched that a bunch of times because that thing in particular was not only was the compression in full effect there, but it was used as an example of like how good 3D Studio Max is, because they used that to render it, and that raven picking at the body, and then the orcs marching and all that shit. Like, yeah, I know exactly the era and type of compression you're talking about. It used to happen. That was cool. How far in are you?
I'm 3 episodes in, and they were released in 3-episode chunks.
Okay.
So I guess I'm at the end of Act 1. And it definitely feels like the end of the first act.
Stuff has happened. I then I showed Punch Mom the designs for Jinx and Vi later on, and it's just like, whoa, what the fuck? And it's just like, yeah, so this is a dialed down like pre-story, you know, or so, because like they certainly, like, you can imagine them growing up and becoming those characters, but like it also is like it's still a video game, so it's full of ridiculous over the top like shit happening at the same time. So yeah, they become like basically like Batman characters is, you know, the way I describe it.
I think the most like goofy version of that is that you have Echo, who becomes like very Chrono Punk looking in whatever design he ends up with later on, but his child design is like absurdly simple. He's got the bleached hair and he's got a white shirt on. That's pretty much it. And so in order to get the requisite amount of design elements onto his character, like, because Vi and Powder keep their hair and their general clothing look, they fucking have him fixing a clock in the fucking scene that he appears in.
Oh, okay, that's the guy with the that little kid is the time dilation dude,
yeah,
with the blue sword.
And so they oh, look, he's fixing a clock.
Okay.
Do you get it? He's gonna be the time kid.
But when you see a design like that though, and you're like, for sure this is somebody. So
yeah.
Also,
you mentioned the designs. Echoes are probably a really good example, because you look at Echo and Caitlyn. If you look at their designs in League, and then you look at what their designs are either in this or in Project L, it's fucking night and day. It's a dramatic upgrade, and I can only wonder if the people who are actually making Arcane made the new design, which is way better than the shit Riot came up with.
Oh, does he look different in the fighting game from?
Yeah, okay. He does.
I'm googling. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Oh, okay.
The absolute like the one that is like the wildest change is Caitlyn's stupid top hat shit. It is like just the goddamn worst. Like, hold on, let me send this to you. Like, this is what this is the original Caitlyn crap.
I don't know who that is. She doesn't show up in the first episode.
She doesn't, does she? No. But that is like, that character is supposed to be one of the cops that you were seeing.
Okay.
And so every part of that design got thrown away and replaced with what is now the cop uniform that you see.
Okay. Right. So what?
Why are you guys talking about spoilers? Her card came out over a year ago. Or no, 6-7 months ago.
Anyway, I didn't see. Or whatever. So Arcane money, go. I watched the first episode of What We Do in the Shadows, and I'm hearing a lot of good things about that. It was pretty funny. I'm glad that is a series. I kind of want to know what happened to the original spin-off idea for We Are Wolves. We apostrophe.
I didn't hear about that. What was that supposed to be?
So you remember the werewolves from What We Do in the Shadows?
Sure.
Okay, did you see the movie?
No.
Okay, well then never mind.
My experience with What We Do in the Shadows is exclusively other people telling me tons and tons of shit about What We Do in the Shadows.
Gotcha.
And
Okay.
me going,
So,
that sounds cool. I'm not going to watch it.
do you know Flight of the Conchords?
I've been told that exists
Okay. All right.
by you
Right. Okay.
because
So,
it's from New Zealand.
yes. Funny show, funny stuff. Same creators make a vampire movie, then they make a vampire TV show that continues.
Yeah, no,
that
this is the same thing we've gone through every single time you talk about What We Do in the Shadows. It's a bunch of loser vampire nerds, and then the werewolves swear.
Yeah, it was very
because they're
funny.
swearwolves or some shit.
Okay, so anyway, first episode of that was pretty funny, pretty good. A lot of the same or similar beats as like what was funny about the movie. And yeah, I hear that like it's going strong 3 seasons in. Glad to hear that. I'm based on the first episode, I feel like I'm pretty locked in. I was in the mood for some easy dumb watching, and so far it very funny.
Hey, I have a stupid question. Is Flight of the Conchords also a band?
Yes.
Okay, that explains the confusion.
Tenacious D?
What about Tenacious D?
They're a band, and they're also like a funny, like stage show, goofy duo.
Right. And they work on Flight of the Conchords.
No, but I just mean it's similar to how there's the band for real, and then there's the show they put on.
Okay.
Or Spinal Tap.
Wait, Spinal Tap was a real band?
They did really tour.
I thought it was a completely fake band.
It was, but then they did a real tour.
Oh, like Kiss.
Well, Kiss is a real band.
Are they?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I'm totally sure.
Have you seen them?
Gene Simmons is a real person. Who said some real dumb shit.
Are you sure? Are you sure Gene Simmons is a real person?
And his son totally drew a Bleach comic. It happened for real.
Oh yeah, that did happen, didn't it?
Yeah, and Paul Stanley, and the Catman, and the Starman, and the God of Lightning.
So what you're saying is that Brendan Small is to Flight of the Conchords as Death Clock is to Flight of the Conchords.
100%. Metalocalypse as a awesome CD you can listen to, and a funny TV show is exactly like this. Yes.
But they have a silly little accent because they're from Kiwi Land.
They sure are. Although this show is not exactly that because it takes place on Staten Island. So they're vampires.
Is that a real place or a fictional place?
Staten Island is a fictional place, fortunately. So we don't have to worry about it.
I'm glad we could really nail that one down.
God forbid it was real. So that was good. And then just a couple of quick things. Just played some games. One going heavy on SMT5, and I got to basically like the end of I guess the second like arc or like area.
Like big dungeon open world segment?
Exactly.
Okay.
And then I was like, oh, let's go check out that DLC stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I went and I grabbed the DLC pack, and I just kind of quickly looked at like the different things I saw, and it's like, okay, there's a series of boss fights, and then there's the full like Nocturne thing, and I just grabbed the whole thing, and then started it up and went in to try and see like where the new stuff would appear, and fortunately, it was very easy to locate. You know where all the
Matador shows up standing in front of the first save point.
Yeah. So it was like okay, like what's I booted the game. I load back into my save, and there's giant pillars of light going into the sky, and it's like I guess that's where the new content is then. And then also I wasn't really I guess I just wasn't paying attention, but I noticed, I was like, oh, it must be my lucky fucking day. Holy shit, look at these Magatamas and Nigitamas floating around
Yeah, the Mitamas. Yeah.
The Mitamas. Let me go get my glory and my XP. And it's like, yeah, no, that's part of the pack too, and that's a thing you can turn on.
Oh, you bought the cheat LC?
It was a part, like, I just got everything. And then it was like, oh no, that's not what I wanted at all. Because, and I'm like, and I took a second, I'm like, wait, what? Why? And then it's like, oh, it's an option. And then you fucking, yeah, it's basically a, like, as much resource as you want to negate the difficulty. But then it's kind of like, why not just put the easy difficulty on at that point?
Because you want to show everyone how big your gamer dick is by beating it on hard mode. Because no one can see the Matama
while
grinding
still putting it on
when you're putting the video up of you beating it on the hardest difficulty.
Yeah, okay. So anyway, that was I'm like, okay, well, fucking turn that shit off, because, like, no. Because whenever I'd get one, it'd be like, oh, fuck, yeah, let's get this glory and let's do it. So thankfully, that is an option that can be turned off. But I was very confused initially by what was happening. But I guess that's what I get for just grabbing all of it and not really thinking too hard about it. The stuff with the fiends.
Wow, that whole video game session was a bunch of uncritical consumption for you, wasn't it?
It kind of was. Because
on every level.
Because I honestly, I remember you, like, you know, you guys were like, you know, yo, this stuff is, the DLC is really good, you should get it. And I was just like, okay. And then I was like, I know that I, you know, not knowing Nocturne, I'm not going to recognize just about anything. So, I just grabbed that, and then, like, I wasn't sure if, like, the other boss fights are also related or not, or if they're specific to 5. And it seems like they're specific to 5. It seems like the Fiend stuff is just, anyway.
I saw people talking about fighting Demi-Fiend, and apparently he's so overtuned that the only videos online of people beating him are on, like, the easiest difficulty.
I think the game literally says, like, fight him on New Game Plus.
Oh, yeah?
I think so, right? So, anyway, so yeah, but I just, like, I'm like, whatever, they say the DLC's good, get it all, and then load it up and throw it in there. And, yeah, and then I just, you know, went around and gotten some of that, and, like, yeah, I can definitely see, now there's a line between the pillars that you go fight the fiends in, and then the shit, like, Cleopatra's just hanging out by this bus, and let's fight her. Hey, oh, Cleo, God, she's up? Level 75. You're not ready, you know.
Okay, so, bye, Cleo.
Yeah, so just more stuff to put on the back burner. But the fiends, though, pretty cool. You know, I guess they're I can guess the context of what's going on, but I've beaten I think the first 3 or so. Those are some dope, and I was wondering too, like, I'm like, yeah, where the hell is Hellbiker? And, you know, like, those cool
he's
demons.
Deep in there,
and it's like, oh, well, you know, there he is. You have to unlock him, and that's why he wasn't a part of the normal fusions. That stuff is dope, and those are big glory rewards for beating them.
Oh yeah,
so
that makes sense.
Yeah, so you beat them, you get a fuck ton of glory, and then it's like the scraping tools I was kind of putting together. I'm like, do I want this or that or whatever? It's like, okay, now I can finally start kitting out my Nabohino to the way I want him to feel.
You mean your Nahobino? Wait, Naho.
I don't know.
Nabohimbo?
I'll never get it right. No. It's like Zendaya or Zidania. I'll never get it right. It's Nahobino,
Nahobino, right? Is that
Nabobino.
Nabobabadino.
Nabobinobs.
Gabagool.
My Nabinob. I kitted out my Nabinob and now he's doing cool stuff. Anyway, yeah,
you know, it's so weird because we have dealt with so much Japanese language fucking phrases and words over our career and our media enjoyment over the decades. And for whatever reason, this particular word trips me up like almost nothing else.
It's the combination. It's B's. B is just an awkward letter in a lot of cases, you know, and it's not like the cool sounding letters are the S's and the Z's, you know.
Yeah.
And then the B.
You'd have to be some kind of fucking loser idiot to have a B in your name.
Yeah. Or a J.
I don't have a J. Safe on J. Wait, do you have a J?
I certainly don't.
Okay.
But, like, you know, H, B, and J are awkward weirdo letters for sounds, and S and Z are cool. This has been established by hip-hop forever now, you know? So, anyway, yeah, game goes hard, game goes fucking good, and I really like how they don't, like, there's no mincing, like, words about the creation myth and, like, throwing it on its head.
Mm-hmm.
They just straight up, like, it's not even, like, wait till, like, you're near the end of the game to start hearing about our crazy Bible theory or whatever. We're just throwing it at you and telling you straight up what happened and, like, what the real version of all of this creation myth was according to you know, this world. And, like, yeah, it's absolutely just tossing it at you faster than you can hold on to it. Super fun. And that being said, some of the the concept for the areas and the designs has a hard time keeping up with the limitations of the Switch.
Yeah, and it's wild.
I encountered the worst one. So you go to an area towards the end of the second zone that is a complete color palette change. So it goes into a, like, sort of cool foresty area.
Well, that's nice.
And you get a moment where you're looking around for a save point and you find the first one and then you're playing, and I literally could not find the second save because I ran past it like 5 times because the blue of the fog of the area and the save glow are fucking camouflaged inside each other.
Good. Excellent.
And it's like the save points in SMT5 are made to grab your attention from super far away, like an item in Dark Souls. They're made to be these giant blue pillars of light. But the draw distance and the struggle of the Switch and the atmospheric perspective and the fog and all the effects of the blue in that area made it so that you couldn't fucking find it, you know?
I think one of the things that is genuinely the most frustrating about the Switch in general as a platform is that developers pick a handheld resolution and whatnot, and then they pick the TV resolution, and you get into situations with this game, with Age of Calamity, with you know, some of the other ones where you're like, wow, this game runs like shit, but only when you play it on your television.
I never pulled it off and did it handheld.
So apparently it performs much better in handheld because they dropped the resolution.
How does that make any sense? Like, I get you just said it, but, like...
Well, because since it's on the TV, they're going to kick it up to 900 or 1080, but on the handheld, they'll do the same exact thing at 720.
Yeah, so, I mean, just based on obviously the advertisements that plugging it in gives you a better experience, you'd think
like
the other
Breath of the
way
Wild
around.
runs better in handheld mode as a good example.
Crazy. Anyway,
it's like, how about you just give me the option to run it at the shitty looking res the fucking handheld mode has on my TV?
But the thing with this game that, like, keeps surprising me is how, like, they're pushing it regardless in a very like FromSoft or Suda-esque way, where they're like, no, we don't care that it's chugging. Do more. Make it fight, right? Because, like, that you know, so, like, yeah, some people, you know, didn't have the same experience. Yeah, we're all different. Like, but, like, you know, that was that's one save that was just, like, weirdly camouflaged in. But then you enter an area where a giant like battle with many units attacking each other is happening, and you're watching it in the cutscene, and I'm just like, there's no way once gameplay starts you can handle this. Like, why are you pretending that you can?
Have you played Age of Calamity?
No.
Okay, so Age of Calamity, when you're playing it on the dock, right? I loaded it up and burst out laughing because it loads you into Hyrule Field with a bunch of fighting going on in the distance. And like it does that thing where it loads in at like 3 frames where it goes to load in, and then it stabilizes at like 15. And then then it's like, go play. There's a big battle,
man.
And it's unbelievable.
So
and
yeah,
in co-op, it just splits it into like as far down as like 6 or 7.
So imagine like you walk into this area and you get like this crazy fucking tons of shit going on. The battle's popping off. And everywhere you look, it's supposed to be nuts, and you know the skies are just fucking blotted out. And then the gameplay resumes, and it is basically like when you're looking up at the old one in Demon Souls, and a bunch of stale floating birds are just kind of like just grazing across the sky, and you're like, what? Like, wait, what? you know, and it's so much thinner, and I'm like, there's like 5 or 6 little dots just statically floating across the sky. And you're like, why did you think to show off what you wanted this to be and then just switch over to this? You know?
It's genuinely baffling when you have, like, let's say Persona 5 came to the Switch, right? You could understand that maybe the frame rate didn't hold up as well because that's a PS4 game, right? Or what have you. It's super baffling to me when you have games that are completely exclusive to a platform
native
also just completely run like total garbage.
It tells a story of the developers' of process and their ambition, and then being kneecapped by the hardware and the dev kits. And I bet you there's a vertical slice that's incredible. And then they realized over the course of optimization that, we can't go this hard, you know? I mean,
like they're doing the the baseline vertical stuff for SMT5, and they're like, well, the tech guys say they can clean this area up and get the frame rate running about 510 higher. And then development continues, and it continues and continues, and then the tech guys go, yeah, nope, can't do it. This is what you got. This is how it's gonna run. It's not. Nope. We increased performance by about 4%. That took us 6 months. This is what you're gonna get.
Yeah. brutal. But they don't compromise the art design or the vision of like their concepts. You know,
all the shit it's already made.
It kind of reminds me of when like a TV show like it doesn't have the budget for a war battle scene, but it sets one up by having a bunch of people marching.
I think my favorite version of that ever is when I had read the first book of Game of Thrones, and I was watching season 1 of Game of Thrones, and they're going to the battle, and Tyrion's got his armor on.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh man, this is gonna have that scene where he headbutts and kills a horse. Oh, sick. And then like he shows up, and then it fades out, and he's like, what happened? You blacked out during the fight, it's over. And I'm like, give me a fucking break.
No, he gets knocked out. Someone marching by him hits him in the head, and he fucking falls over.
But like he wakes up, it's like, what happened? The battle's over. I'm like,
you missed it.
Go to hell.
Yeah.
He's supposed to have like a World War I spike helmet, and a tall guy and his horse supposed to talk shit, and then he headbutts the horse to death, and then the horse falls on the guy. It's the coolest Tyrion moment I know of. Just cut it.
small comeuppance.
You know, I'm well aware of the realities of game development, and that obviously performance optimization can only come in at the last second once everything's already there, right? But I feel like maybe the people who are working on that end of, you know, clean code or whatever should be able to see ahead in time, and try and avoid building up too much programming debt. Now, if
Or
anybody doesn't know what the term programming debt is, it's very simple. It's, hey, this level needs to work. You can either do it right now and do a bunch of inefficient bullshit that'll make it turn on, or you can take the time to make a clean, actual written piece of code that will work properly and probably not cause any problems for anybody down the line. And if you need to just constantly spaghetti your shit, technical debt.
Yeah.
You get to the end of the process and somebody goes, hey, how do we fix this? And 10 guys go, I don't know.
Yeah.
It'll take like a year.
The stuff that looks like, you know, hey, intern, use the same assets we already have to make a brand new area. Go.
I have a
get dragon butts out of that
version from a friend of mine who works in a like Silicon Valley technical sector, in which he was the guy sounding the alarm bell going, we got to go back and fix this shit. We're building on sandcastles here, guys. We have to go back and fix this. Until it came the day where they made a new build and put it into the hardware, and the hardware went no and refused to boot entirely. And management is like, why won't it turn on? And the answer comes back, it's like, there are so many compounding bugs that we have fixed the symptoms of, but not the root causes, that the hardware we are trying to produce and build the software for no longer works at all. It will take us up to a year to fix this stuff. And we can't just fix the symptom because we don't know what's causing it.
Hitch.jpg. That guy can now grab all those emails and just a simple bump going back as far as the warnings have been coming out, you know, like, hey, tried to tell you, didn't want to, okay, here we are. So, I mean, when we're talking about like shows that just like don't have the budget for it, and you mentioned Game of Thrones, but Game of Thrones went that way because they learned how to do it from Rome, which came before them, which was, you know, you're telling the story of fucking Caesar, you're gonna have a couple of battles, you'd think, depicted, and they're like, no, we don't. We don't have that kind of money, and fuck you. And they wouldn't have a little like Tyrion getting knocked out like device for you to avoid the battle. They just showed the armies marching, and then they faded into the sky, and then faded back down to crows picking at the dead.
Oh, cool.
And you're like
who would want to see a battle?
The most deflating fucking way to just be like, yeah, sorry guys, we don't have it. We just don't have it. You know, and that was already one of the most expensive. It was HBO's most expensive show prior to Game of Thrones starting, mind you.
It's interesting because there's a reason why there's still the meme of like, can Doom run on this?
Yeah.
Can Doom run on my calculator? Can Doom run on my home pregnancy test? Yeah. And the reason for that is because John Carmack is like a complete nightmare prodigy, and Doom is optimized to the point of absurdity. It's probably as well optimized as anything's ever going to get.
So it's just, as SMT5 goes on, it's getting laughable because the performance issues are getting more and more noticeable, but the ambition of the game is getting higher. You know, it's wild when, because we complain about performance issues, but we'll be real, there's some genres that it doesn't matter. SMT5 is a turn-based JRPG,
and the performance is so bad that it matters. Like, it's like outside of a visual novel, I don't think there's much genres that are safer from performance complaints than the JRPG, and it's so bad that it's like, god damn it.
And so you have it on a regular basis doing all this shit we're talking about, right? So then you go fight one of the map bosses, which are these like areas that are infected, and like there's a big thing you run into and kill it, and then it clears out the muck.
The abscesses.
Abscesses, exactly. And the moment you enter its sphere of influence, the sky turns red, the screen goes, all dark and crimson-y, and then it starts spawning like 10 times the amount of map enemies.
Oh, tons and tons of them. Yeah,
and they start running at you faster than normal, right?
Yeah.
So it's a perfect example of like, on paper, you've created the perfect scenario to take a machine that's already chugging, and you're like multiply how many things it has to show you, make them move faster and rush you down, and you just watch the frame rate shit. It just dumps ass in those moments.
Because dodging those enemies to get to just fighting the abscess boss is totally vital.
Yes, you have to, because they're gonna keep coming at you, but the fucking console can't handle the fact that the game is asking it to, like, I know you've been holding all this weight, but Atlas, we're gonna put another planet on top of you for the next 5 minutes. It's crazy that this is the design. So, God bless. Having a great time nonetheless. Anyway. SMT5, good shit. And then just a couple of quick looks we took over and get into fighting games. I don't know if you ever, I know you've heard of, but I don't know if you ever really thought about. You ever thought about Cyberbot's Full Metal Madness? When's the last time you thought about Cyberbots? Okay.
Yeah.
When's the last time you thought about Jin from Marvel vs. Capcom 1 with the big mecha that helps him fight? No? All right.
Well,
do you remember that guy? And then like he had exploding clothes?
6 years ago? Whenever we did the video on Marvel Infinite.
Okay.
And one of us said, I wish Jin was here from Marvel 2 is the last time I thought
Marvel 1 even.
Whatever, man.
Yeah. Well, it's cool because he's like that's a character that shows up that is like, here's the perfect example of how Capcom's amazing roster can just reach in to a game you didn't play and pull out a dude you didn't know about and make you go, oh, fuck, cool. He's badass. I want more of him. Marvel vs. Capcom 1 was the big like introduction of Jin, the guy whose clothing explodes and comes back onto his body, and he rubs himself with the towel and shit, and then he does the Blodia punch and Blodia Vulcan, and he's got like a mech that just is in the background ostensibly watching the battle and occasionally jumping in to help him out. So I'm like, let's go back to the source on that and play the game that came from. And I kind of I figured out why that game was always so weird, because I remember the first time I played it, I was like, this is like a robot fighting game, but like it feels so different from everything else Capcom was doing at the time. And why is that? And it's because it's a spin-off of a beat-em-up that they made called Armored Warriors, which is a 3-player game that allows you and 2 other people to combine and fucking form up like Voltron and do a combined robot fighting beat 'em up thing. Really cool. Individual, power up, boom, boom, punch, punch, kick, kick. And so they basically just kind of went and made a fighting game based on that already existing system they had in place, So we played that for a bit, and it was fun. It had some limitations, but that was also the game that introduced not Cyber Akuma, but Zero Akuma. The Akuma
good old Cyber
robot.
Akuma.
The Akuma robot, the giant mech version of him, was in that game, and And then you're looking at some of the designs that like Nishimura was doing at the time, and there's like dudes that are just 100% JoJo references. There's like Jin's dad, who is literally a Kamen Rider, like,
right?
And you're
Obviously.
just like, yeah, and I'm just like, I miss the era of like when Capcom's artists could just doodle in their sketchbooks, and someone would come along and be like, "Hey, you want to make this a game? How much money you want? Grab some of the boys over there, grab the team, and let's just make a fucking game."
Well, unfortunately, Wooly, video games cost dollars now.
They sure do. But like it was nuts back in those days when like some sketch doodles would just turn into a thing, and they would take a chance on it. And like, admittedly, there was a very different industry from it is now, but it led to this like moment of like looking at it, and it was like, okay, the release date on this thing said 1995, and I was like, holy fucking shit, what was Capcom doing? How much were they doing in 94, 95, and 96? Like, it feels like everything was happening. It feels like
it's just the reality of it, right? You back in the day, you could pay a couple guys a year's salary, and they could bang out this thing with all these cool designs and all this rad shit, and you could take a risk on it. Whereas now you have to pay a couple artists, a few 3D modelers, the QA people for months and months and months, and you end up with fucking Luke.
I like Luke. So
what a fucking wild ass cool design. I'm sure one of those cool artists had him just doodling in their sketchbook like, oh, I hope I can make a character as cool as Luke one day.
You know what I think?
Oh, man.
You know what? I think Luke is, I feel like it, I'm just totally a guess, but the new producer, that like the guys that are introducing the characters now in the latest season, I feel like it's his aesthetic, especially in the latest introduction where he's like got a shaved head, and he looks kind of like, a, a bit of a street guy. He looks like he might be a little more, edge, to put it a certain way. And and then you see the Luke concept art where he had a shaved head, and I'm like, oh, I see similar energy here, So I'm wondering if Luke's design is coming from the new team in charge of Street Fighter.
Yeah, I'm sure the new producer came in and said Street Fighter has always delved into like various regional representations, and like there's a little cartoony and a little exaggerated. So let's just make the most grounded, boring piece of shit we can to really distance ourselves from that heritage. Really show, hey, we're here and we're new, and we're going to show off just how boring we can make this character. You're telling me he started off with a shaved head? Like like a 7th gen fucking protagonist showing up with his boxing gloves, his shaved head, and his I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite DLC character on the Citadel.
Not the Shepard shaved head, specifically the Japanese punk kind of shaved head, where you can see the growth a little bit more.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Oh, ooh,
yeah. But it was definitely
how wild.
It was definitely not as good as the final that they got.
Hey, look, this guy could be the end of a Yakuza side quest character. Wow.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Could be. For sure. Love it. So, I'll tell you one thing, with Luke is I will definitely, not only do I like it, but I'll take it over Shun-A any day. I'll take it over the KOF energy we got with the fucking the pant leg and shit. But where was I going with that? Oh yeah, no, before all of that, it was the era of just Capcom greenlighting.
I disagree.
That's cool. It was the era of Capcom greenlighting a fuck ton of projects, and I feel as if like,
oh yeah, they do anything back then.
And
anything.
And I'm like, how many teams did they have? Because now it's Resident Evil team or teams, Monster Hunter, and then miscellaneous other, including Street Fighter.
There are at least 2. There might be 3 Resident Evil teams, and they're huge.
Okay.
The Monster Hunter team is one team.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. DMC is a team now,
the
or
the
was
Itsuno gang.
The gang, yeah.
I guess
yeah.
we're gonna call them
whatever they're up to. That's true. The Devil May Cry.
What
you know?
What could they be up to?
But like back in the days of like like these 94, 95, 96 specifically, and I was like, let's go fucking digging for a bit, because I also wanted to get some lore behind Cyberbots as well, because I'm like, who are these badasses? Some of these characters are so cool, and I want to know more about them, including this guy that his name's Santana, has long hair, looks dope, and when you see his full character art,
that's really Santana. Wow, they just didn't give a shit at all.
His name is Santana. He has long hair.
Okay, wow, okay.
And his pose is him pointing down at the ground, practically going, "Yes, I am."
Right. That's fine.
But you're like, "Fuck it, it's cool. We'll take it." So like, yeah, I went to the Capcom wiki, and just like, I'm like, let's take a look at what they were doing, and how much. How many teams they could have possibly had developing. By the way, here's a little picture. Cyberbots, Santana.
I think the most defining aspect of Capcom in that period was they had so much shit going on that they ended up making Final Fight like by accident.
Yeah, without intending to.
Final Fight is a straight up game that is a 100% mistake that got all the way to final product.
Go make that street fighting game again. Yes, street fighting. And then from prototype to finished with characters fighting on the streets, and they're like, no, we meant that other one, Street Fighter. And they're like, oh.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure.
Fuck it. And and I guess, and the thing is too, is the era of arcade machines also meant like, you never know what's gonna hit, so let's just, throw shit out there, see what sticks to the wall. But like 94 was when they had like AVP, which is a really good beat 'em up. Both Saturday Night Slam Masters and Ring of Destruction, the sequel, like same year, and Darkstalkers and Children of the Atom in the span of 12 months. Not to mention Mega Man X and X2.
Come in there. Are they in that era? I feel like they are.
Which?
The Shadows of Mystara and Tower of Doom.
So that's the next year, right?
Okay. Oh yeah, one full year over.
So then you get into fucking oh no wait. Was it no, I think it was 96. Sorry, yeah, okay. No, 95, Cyberbots comes out, Night Warriors, Final Fight 3, Alpha, Street Fighter 2 the movie, the game.
Oh, good. Excellent.
Marvel Superheroes, and the Power Battle, and then X3, and then Mega Man 7. And you're just fucking throwing it all out there, right? Like, each of these things happening in the span of 12 months.
I think, like, this is obviously something that's happened industry-wide, and I feel like there is no greater poster child for this phenomenon than Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy is the chart of how willing is the publisher willing to bankroll a new one of these, and what does it have to do, and what does it have to perform?
Yeah.
Because you go from Final Fantasy games every 15 months to every 18 months to every 2 years up until like 2005. And then all of a sudden, 5 years.
Right.
7 years.
Mm-hmm. It's that is the tale of the industry. You can follow it for sure. Because like, yeah, and then because you go into 96, then you get Shadow over Mystara, and then you get RE1, and then you get Red Earth, and then you get Star Gladiator, and then you get Street Fighter EX, and then Marvel Superheroes and X-Men, and X-Men versus Street Fighter, right?
Almost like they put out like 8 to 10 games over a 2-year period because one of them will be a hit.
But like the idea of like it's not just like the sequels, but it's also like the brand new tech. Because Red Earth getting introduced a year later means CPS 3, which means Street Fighter 3.
Yeah.
Like was, you know what I mean? Like they were working on that shit 12 months later. as well as playing around with 3D, getting into the EX game, getting into Star Gladiator, and so on. Unbelievable, ridiculous time with development and these turnarounds. So on the one hand, you look and you take a game like you take the 14 months that KOTOR 2 had, and for the type of game and the size of game they were asked to make, and you go like, that's fucking insane. But then you also kind of come back to all these, like, this era of Capcom, and just like, what did it look like in the studio, you know? I wish there was like a documentary.
Probably hectic.
Insane. And these are all really good games too. It
reminds me of my favorite story in what it used to be like getting a game greenlit in the PlayStation 1 era. Compared to now, you need your GDD, you need your full documentation, you need your prep, you need your plans for your monetization, you need all this shit, right? My favorite story ever is that Sony says, we are looking for people to head up a completely new project. We're just throwing it out there, and this is in like 95 or 96. What is your pitch for the game that you want to make? And it was like company wide on the Japanese branch. It was like anybody that worked in game dev could come up and apply for it. And the winner, and I forget their name, apologies, but they've been developing for decades now, but I don't really play their games. Was the person whose entire pitch was, I want to drive my car on my television. And then went, okay, here's the money. What do you want to call it? And he says Gran Turismo. And that's how Gran Turismo happened.
And that's it.
It's a single line pitch.
Jesus.
I want to drive my car on my television. And they went, okay, fuck it. Go for it.
Unbelievable. Yeah. It's an era that, you know, it'll never really happen again, but these were small to mid-sized games coming out, you know, that I miss. Well, now,
and now Gran Turismo's so big, I don't know when the last one came out or is coming out. When? I don't know. They take like 10 years to make now.
Yeah. I feel like that was the era of like, Nintendo hire this man, except like the person who's saying that is like the higher ups at Nintendo to the guy who walks in and goes, yeah, I don't know. What if we made the Zapper again, but you put it on your shoulder like a bazooka?
Yeah, Nintendo had a variation of that, which is like we have like maybe 100 to 200 employees that are between 20 and 25 who are going to fucking quit if all they have to look forward to for their entire career is to make assets for Zelda games. Do you guys want to make a shooter? Octopuses? Yeah, okay, whatever. Fuck it. You do whatever.
Yeah. Anyway, just wild era of Capcom. So we played that this week and took a look at Cyberbots Full Metal Madness. Fun game. It's not a game I would say I want it to come back. I do want to see the characters brought back in any way, shape, or form, including Capcom versus Capcom as a hypothetical. But yeah, that was great.
I bet if I could get a hold of somebody at current Capcom and be like, dude, just do Capcom versus Capcom, they're going to just look at you dead in the eye and go like, the reason why people buy that is because this is Marvel on it. We've done the research. If it doesn't say Marvel on it, it will not. It won't.
Which is more depressing, that answer or the answer of we did internally 3 times and canceled it?
Yeah, that answer. Wow, what a fantasy that answer would be. That would be really depressing. That one would be way worse.
I mean, shit, you can go take a look at the footage of Capcom fighting All-Stars before fighting Jam, you know?
And then Evolution, which is...
Yeah. Alex,
the one that came out. Oh, God.
Normal, unhyper Strider.
Yeah, that's weird. That's genuinely really bizarre.
Well, it's like, what if we wanted to put Zeku's in it now? Like, what if we just wanted to
Yeah.
put Strider into the world? And like, I got to admit that the fact that they're like, hey guys, we're not gonna give Final Fight a new game, because we don't think any of you will buy it, but it will live on aggressively in the Street Fighter
As part of
universe.
Street Fighter,
Yeah, and I'm like, yeah, I'll take that. I'm down with that. You know,
talking about all these characters, it just makes me think that, like, I'm really excited for the next Street Fighter character. He's going to be named Joey.
Yeah.
And he's just going to be a 6 foot tall, shaved head white guy wearing
from
a
Long
coat.
Island.
And
Joey. Yeah.
He'll be wearing like a North Face jacket, and that's pretty much it. And he's going to be Luke's rival. And he's going to be like, I don't like you, Luke. And he's like, I can't believe you took my gabagool, Joey.
And it'll be a pink jacket too.
No, that's too interesting.
And then, everyone would be like, we see what you did there. He's Long Island Joey.
I before we move off of this, there is one thing I actually want to say about Luke that is not like a shitpost. I hate Luke's design a lot, but you said he's like the future of what SF6 is going to be about, or
he's
what
the new protagonist,
right? I genuinely think that if he is the guy that looks like that as the staple normie, I guess that's fine. But if Luke ends up being like the canvas for what SF6 is painted on in terms of visual design, and like you have a cast of 8 to 12 normal humans, that will be a fucking disaster.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll just have to see what direction they go in. I mean, if the last season is not an indicator of what we're getting, if it's really just on him, then who the fuck knows? More like, honestly, all of that stuff aesthetically, I'm less concerned about as much as I want to know what design and, like, I guess release and like plans do you have to make Street Fighter huge, like, would you consider a free to play
just
like
do it
route that and that could get a lot of people on board that were like, I'm interested, but I don't know.
Already have the free to play structure for Street Fighter existing right now.
Yeah.
With the amount of costumes that they sell and the cost of those costumes, literally all they have to do is just make the base game not cost any money. That's literally the only change they would have to make.
And I guess fight money would change as well, right? Like, because you earn as you play to buy costumes and cosmetics. So yeah, hit the switch, make the game free, sell the cosmetic, But like, that's what I'm way more interested in, that part of it. I really,
every single time a costume comes out, Chun-Li gets another costume.
1-to-1.
1-to-1. There's a lead character that is the case as well.
I mean,
Ari, that's it.
No, like at that point, you release a costume for everybody, but Chun-Li specifically gets a dress-up mode. And it's only for her. You can customize her clothing, and everyone else you leave alone. They're stuck in there with what you get, That'd be incredible. I want my Chunners to have the police uniform, but to have the long down hair from her Street Fighter 2 ending. So then anyway, Capcom. That was free. Have fun.
You like Capcom is the name of this podcast segment. Wooly likes Capcom.
Hey, Cyberbots is cool. Jin's cool. Those days are gone. Here comes Luke. I don't mind Luke either. we'll investigate because he's out, so we'll check that out.
You know what? I will say one thing in the defense of Luke, but not in the defense of the developers. I saw the Luke trailer, and again, you have a situation where the default costume is not the best costume. Like, him wearing the hoodie is like 100 times better. I don't know why that's not his default.
So the other thing that's happening in the game too is everyone has a tracksuit outfit, which is like, look, if you just want to dress them down in some sportswear, you can just go to the tracksuit outfit too, and that's a universal thing that every single character has. And I'm like, I kind of dig it. I like the tracksuit for a lot of characters when you're just like, fuck some of these costumes, I don't like them. You can always go that route. Anyways, last little thing I just wanted to point out and shout out to Jet Set Radio Festival. Took a look at this inside of VR chat. There is a recreation of Jet Set Radio.
Oh yeah, you mentioned this. Yeah.
So we basically booted it up, and I loaded in my woolly VTuber avatar and skated around in the world of Jet Set Radio, and then we played Sounds of Tokyo To Future, Tumelo's new album, which is fucking fire, and just had a blast appreciating the world of Jet Set. And as much love as there is to, the original soundtrack and good old DJ Skank Funk, I feel like, if you haven't heard the new Tumelo album, it's unbelievable. And that was just a fun celebration of those games. And of course, if you're going to enjoy and celebrate Jet Set Radio, and shout-outs to Lakuza, who's the creator of that world in VR chat, which you can go and play with, like, however many people you can fit inside a VR chat room. You can all skate and grind in the Shibuya terminal at the same time. It's incredible. And it just leaves you with this feeling of like, why can't we? Oh, right, Sega. Okay. Hey, when's Bomb Rush Cyberpunk coming out? Soon? Thanks, Team Reptile.
Mm-hmm.
And like, you're like, well, that's Jet Set Radio Future. Please look forward to a completely new franchise by a completely different team who said, fuck it, we'll do it ourselves.
The love for Jet Set Radio has always been fascinating to me because, like, the style and the music is what everybody talks about and remembers.
Yeah.
But I've watched footage of it. It's definitely more than the sum of its parts, it seems.
Oh yeah, no, the skating the skating is jank.
Like, it does not seem like a game I actually want to play.
And until they added the camera control when they ported it, the original, it was rough with some of the like positioning of your cameras and shit like that. It doesn't feel as smooth as like a Tony Hawk game would that comes later on. The gameplay of Jet Set Radio is pretty jank a lot of the time, but it's just so charming and unique at the time, especially, that you just love it, But more than the sum of its parts is totally accurate. I 100% concur with that. I feel like
I feel like it would almost have been better served by just like an album with a couple music videos.
Well, no, it would have been better served with a third game somewhere down the line to like improve all of that, Because like the things that like we get used to now, like just proper camera control and like a responsive feeling, like ability to rotate and like get the camera locked on to certain directions would do wonders for this style of game, and as it feels good in Tony Hawk. But like at the time they were just going with old school set angles for some cases. In some screens they need you to be fixed angle, like old RE games, tank controlled style things, and that leads to like the controls getting really weird and tricky. So a modern game would have just fixed a lot of it. But anyway, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, please look forward. In the meantime, as I sip my water from my Jet Set Radio fucking sippy.
No worries.
Anyways, check that out. Yeah, that's going to be dropping on Wooly Versus over on YouTube real soon on the channel. And we're going to continue, of course, Dokapon and Dark Souls this week. Not to mention, on Saturday, we're going to take a look at Luke, since he's now out. I played Darkest Dungeon on the channel as well. We got those coming out, just to show off of like some of the new systems in 2 and like what my team configuration is. So quick look at Darkest Dungeon 2 coming to Wooly Versus as well. And there's a fun short game I want to do, but I don't know if next week is the time for it. But I will announce that. No, I'm an idiot. Never mind. Scratch that. I talked about checking out Luke, and that would make sense next Saturday, except it doesn't, because that's my birthday. So I'm going to do a birthday stream.
Oh, you don't want to have Luke on your birthday.
I'm not going to do Luke on my
your
birthday
whole
stream.
day.
No, I won't. What I am going to do on my birthday stream is I'm going to play the hot new release Get Into Kiting games from Remerai, who just put out a kite wholesome adventure.
Fuck.
And it seems just like I was like, holy fuck, and Punch Bomb was like, you should play that on your birthday, and I was like, yeah, let's do that. So next Saturday, actually, birthday stream, and we're gonna play the kite game and some other stuff. We're gonna have some fun. I don't know. I'll figure it out. We'll do whatever. Come hang out. Yeah, that's me.
All right. Now it's my turn to talk about stuff. Okay. Hey, I'm Pat, everyone. So to everyone who's been complaining that I haven't been talking about this, now that I've beaten it, I'm going to talk about it. I played Unmetal. Have you seen this ever, Wooly? Even a single screenshot?
I can't say I have.
Go ahead and look that up while I'm talking, because
Yep.
it will help the visual. Unmetal is a Metal Gear 1 tribute game.
Yeah, okay.
With
yep,
with a bunch of voice acting and a humorous tone. Like, it's very jokey. It's takes place as your main character, Jesse Fox, is being interrogated and telling the story of how he ended up piloting a helicopter across state lines, essentially.
Are these the same sprites as Metal Gear
No,
Solid?
it is absolute. It is completely unique.
Wow.
It's a lot of fun. It plays really well. It is absolutely like a full-size Metal Gear adventure type thing with, just the progression and the way you get items and stuff like that. It plays really well. It's really funny. Like, it's genuinely really funny, and it's kind of fantastic. Like, it's like, to anybody that has any love in their heart for those old types of games, it's really great.
Available now for your PS Vita.
Yep. It was originally a Vita game way back in the day.
Jesus Christ.
And then it has taken many journeys to come to real platforms. Okay. And it's great. It's just great.
And it seems the screenshots look goofy. He's getting slapped and he's fighting someone called Grenade Guy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really good. Like, genuinely. I don't have anything more detailed to say other than it's really funny and it's really great.
Okay.
All right, moving on. I was invited by one Meabyte to play some Back for Blood PvP, which we'd all dabbled in the co-op of it, but hadn't done the PvP. So me, Mia, Shy, Clemps, Plague, Blaze, Page, is that 7? Who am I forgetting? And Roz all hopped in and played a couple rounds of Back for Blood multiplayer.
4v4?
The PvP. Yeah, the 4v4. Start of that was about a half-hour period of struggling to figure out how to actually get into the same lobby. Like, genuine confusion. The obvious comparison is Left 4 Dead or Left 4 Dead 2, in which you just invite your friends to the lobby and it sets up 8 people in the lobby. What you have to do in Back 4 Blood is you have to make 2 teams of 4. Then you have to make a private server and send the private server code to the other team so they can match make with the private server code, and then it will just kick you into an active game.
So you can't play by, like, publicly giving a thing to people and then
it's a process.
Jesus.
And on top of that, it means that and also at the end of your 3 rounds, it kicks you back out to the 4-person lobby and you have to do the private server thing again.
Oh my god.
And on top of that, it sucks.
Huh.
They could not figure out a way to balance their much longer levels with the old style Left 4 Dead kind of multiplayer. So they give you big map levels that are just like a horde mode, but players control 4 of the enemy zombies, and it sucks.
Oh, you're not 4 humans versus 4 humans.
It's 4 humans versus 4 infected, but it's on like a survival map instead of like you going through a campaign level while they try and get you.
That'd be too big, though, wouldn't it?
What's that?
Wouldn't that be too big?
The what? The horde level or
a campaign
yeah, the
level?
campaign one would be way too big. The campaign levels in Back 4 Blood are huge compared to Left 4 Dead. And it sucks. It fucking sucks ass. And so we're sitting there and we're just like, and we're about to do the party shit to load up. And despite plague of my internet is bad gripes being part of the party, the suggestion comes out and goes, do you guys just want to download Left 4 Dead? And so we downloaded Left 4 Dead 2, and about an hour later, we played like 3 full campaigns of Left 4 Dead 2's multiplayer, which is still just as good as the day came out and had a blast.
Damn.
And I was just left with like, man, I liked Back 4 Blood when it came out. I had some fun with the campaign, but going back to Left 4 Dead is like, Back 4 Blood is an invalidated game. It is totally pointless. Left 4 Dead 2 is literally better and more content rich and more fun to play and better set up and runs on anything and looks better visually than Back 4 Blood. It is invalid. Like, the game doesn't need to exist.
The spiritual successor can't be fucking inferior, man.
It's not that it's like a terrible game, right? Back 4 Blood, when I played it, I had some fun when I streamed it. It's not that it's a terrible game. Is that it is about 1 or 2 points out of 10 worse than the old game in every department. There is nothing about Back 4 Blood that I find better than Left 4 Dead 2 in any way. Even the fucking graphics. Like, there's no point to it. And it's made by the same people.
But is it that they had less budget because it's them self-publishing this time? So
no.
Huh. Then why? And how many years apart are those games?
Many. 10.
Left 4 Dead 2 was a fucking while ago.
10 years.
Yeah. Weird.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, it's a bummer. It's a total bummer. It sucks for them. Like, and also Left 4 Dead 2 costs like 90 cents now. Like, I don't know anyone who doesn't own Left 4 Dead 2. In fact, I'm pretty sure, despite you not being a shooter guy, if you looked on your Steam library, you would have Left 4 Dead 2 in there somewhere.
I had Left 4 Dead 1 on 360. I might have 2 on a console. I don't think I bought it on PC.
Okay. They gave it away for free a couple times too, I think.
Okay. So like what? Yeah, because I don't know the story.
To the person who says that the graphics part is a straight up lie unless they used mods, no. When I say that the graphics are better in the older game compared to the new game, let me be clear. I find the old game to be much more visually appealing and clearer to read in a gameplay sense than the new game. The new game does, in fact, have more polygons and textures are higher quality. But Left 4 Dead 2 looks better, is clearer to play, has better art. It's cleaner. It runs better. The areas are more interesting. It is a more appealing visual for my eyes.
So, is there a story behind like Turtle Rock, like leaving, not working with Valve and working with WB, or?
To my knowledge, there is no official one. So instead, you can just go on. They probably got frustrated that Valve doesn't want to make video games anymore. which is the story you hear out of pretty much everybody who stops working for Valve.
Okay. Because, you know, it's just, yeah, like, I guess I'm just, like, what would be the reason?
Are you serious? I got somebody saying that they made a new Steam account during the course of this conversation, and TF2 and Left 4 Dead 2 are in your library by default.
Oh, well then, I guess I do have Uno.
But if that's the truth, then man, Back 4 Blood is double pointless. Like, come on. So moving off from that, what a bummer. I also played more Halo. Of note, I only want to make that the event that they're having, that they touted, hey, we're gonna have a free event to get cool armor, is, I think Forbes put out an article that says Halo Infinite might be running the worst live event of all time right now.
And what's that?
It's called Fracture Tenrai. It's basically it's a game mode called Fiesta, which is just team deathmatch, but weapons are randomized, which is a fun mode. That's a fun mode in pretty much every first-person shooter, right? The issue of which is that they showed off the trailer where they go, look, you can earn this samurai armor, and then they show off all these cool armor things. And then, well, the way you get that is not by playing in the event. The way you get that is by doing event challenges alongside the existing terrible event challenge system that they're using for the rest of the battle pass.
So nobody's playing to win.
And get ready. There's way more. The event challenges, there's going to be 6 weeks in which this event runs from now until like the end of March. There's only 7 challenges per week, and there's 30 levels on the event pass. So you have to play and max out these events for 5 of those 6 weeks over the next 6 months in order to get to the end of it. And also, yes, it's true, you can get the armor. However, every color for that armor is only obtainable in the shop for like $8 to $10. And all the stuff they show in the event trailer is actually just stuff you would have to buy off the store. And so the stuff that you would get out of the actual event is garbage. And the way that they've made the timing on it, stupid little details like one shoulder pad is earned over 1 month apart from the same shoulder pad on the other arm. Like, it's the worst. But that's not even the end of it.
Yeah,
that's not even the end of it. Because the way that the Halo Infinite challenges work is you have 4 that are active, and then you have a bunch in reserve. And when you do one of your actives, you get the reward, and then it puts one of your reserve ones in. People were starting up the Fracture event, immediately doing the Fracture challenge and getting, I got level 1 in the event pass, right? And then a generic challenge loads in. And you go, wait, do I have to do 4 or 5 of this weekly's generic challenges before it lets me attempt the event challenge?
Because you have to clear them out?
Yes, because you have to clear them out. So people were running into the situation where they do one of the event things, and then they have remaining generic ones like get 10 kills with this weapon, get 3 wins in this game mode that you can't pick, and so on and so forth. And they go, it's going to take me like days to clear out these ones, let alone get to the event ones.
Yeah, so I feel like Halo is going to be a case study for game design and fucking up incentives, because I was having a conversation with Punch Mom about this, about how, like, it's so interesting how you can make a game and put all the pieces and have everything there and just fuck up something as simple as intrinsic and extrinsic value towards rewards and the motivation to do them. That'll break the entire game if more than half of the people playing in multiplayer just refuse to play because they have no choice. Or because it's not rewarding enough.
The other thing is baffling. You go back to 343 has a bad habit of promising explicit, specific things in interviews, like in those video documentary kind of things. And they're like their number one gameplay design for the free multiplayer is no FOMO.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
everyone's
Okay.
like, you created the one free event, which means that people. So, by the way, this week in the States is Thanksgiving. And it created a situation in which people were having fucking Thanksgiving dinner with their fucking family going, God damn it, I have to actually consider when I fucking play Halo this week alone so that in fucking March I can get the final items. What
I think again, like the stuff that you would teach in classes about what not to do. I feel like the For Honor loot progression system was like top of the list with how trash that was. And wasn't there something about Fallout 76 with like
there's a
garbage legendary
Fallout 76
garbage loot or something? Like you just get there's like a garbage loot system or something like that. Of just like why bother playing? What's the incentive to even play?
It's fascinating because like it's the thing that I said last week where I was like it would be a better game if like literally no cosmetics of any kind whatsoever and you're forced in red versus blue. That got way worse this week. Like everyone was complaining and it was like, well, at least the event will be free, and the event is like extra worse and is like the amount of games that you're playing. I had a guy drop the oddball at 98 and just leave it on the ground to try and go get some more kills because the final challenge to get the final thing this week for this event is you have to get 5 killing sprees, which are 5 kills without dying. What a great reason to not play the objective.
Didn't cheaters also start cheating
Yes,
as well?
Of course they are.
Oh,
There's all the incentive to cheat because people don't like to lose, but here there's another incentive to cheat, which is I want to get that thing. The weekly ultimate visual reward is only available if you do every week's all the challenges. So people are likely coming in with aimbots with fucking weapons they don't like to go, well, I gotta get 15 Ravager kills.
This is incredible. It's like, because, and it's funny because like once upon a time, challenges were framed as like extra things to do while enjoying the game, you know? Yeah. And now it just seems to be the primary thing, and everyone fucking hates it and doesn't want to play by default.
And then you load into a match and you find that there is one type of player that is absolutely always playing to win, and there's no problem, and they're great. And it's the people who already have the flaming shoulders on their Spartan because they paid for 95 level ups at $2 each to just max out the battle pass the first day it came out. And I'm like, well, that's why it is the way it is.
Yeah. I'm seeing here that the Fracture Tenrai event ends on Tuesday and
ends in a couple hours.
Yeah.
Hope you got it.
And then it's gone till January.
Yep. And if you didn't play this week, you will have to max out every other week it's ever available to get all the rewards in the free thing, which doesn't include a single color. Not even red or blue. Red and blue were on the store this week for $10 each.
So I think it's safe to say that like we can just go back to the old battle pass systems of not lasting forever and actually giving you things.
Well, the funniest thing is that the Fortnite like invented and popularized the battle pass system. It's still the best one by a huge margin. the best part, the best idea that Fortnite ever did to their battle pass was that if you finish the battle pass, it gives you enough cash to just buy the next battle pass.
Right.
So people who play Fortnite like a hobby game,
you can
pay for the first battle pass once back in the day.
Yeah, that's fair. And that's a better implementation if you're trying to... If the idea is supposed to be no FOMO, let's let it last forever for people that want to play, then yeah, if you play enough, then you can just refresh it, right? As opposed
I gotta say,
you have
like,
the one and then it gives you nothing.
You could solve this in like 3 things. Like, genuinely. 1, have every default color available. Have fancy colors for sale, fine, whatever. Have every default color available for everything. Red, blue, green, orange, etc. Right? Number 2, just have all challenges active at the same time. You have to do like 20, 25 of them to clear out your week, but you get shit like win 3 games of oddball, and then you clear it, and it goes kill a guy 3 times with the oddball.
Right? Yeah, you mentioned,
and it's like, no, have them all fucking active.
Is there any kind of like duplicate currency for specifically buying a skin that you want besides
it's
real
called money?
But well, besides real money.
Oh, it's Halo credits or whatever the fuck it's called.
Okay, so there is a spend enough, like I didn't duplicate whatever in-game currency. Yeah. Okay. All right.
And number 3, let people choose the game mode they want to play.
Well, of course, yeah. The actual
if I like, so there's a mode called I don't know, power seed, reach what the, I don't know what the fuck. Somebody in the chat will mention the name of the mode. Where you have to power up a generator. I didn't know that mode existed until yesterday.
It never popped up in the playlist.
Once. And I have 30 stockpile. I have 38 hours in Halo Infinite, and I saw the mode once yesterday.
So what determines what's popping up next?
A dice.
Oh, okay.
Like it's fucked. It's super fucked. It's it's damaging the game, like, for real. It's wild.
This is like I said, it sounds like a case study. It's fascinating to me.
And then you get people that, like, they bitch to each other. Like, I had 9 oddball games in a row last week, and then I look over and I see somebody who goes, "I've gotten to play oddball twice in 15 hours." It's random.
It reminds me about, like, it reminds me kind of like Destiny, where at first before Destiny came out, all the anticipation and excitement I heard about was based on, like, lore reasons, like, oh, what is the Traveler? What is the setting? What's it gonna be like? And then when it initially dropped, people were talking about, like, oh, special guns and cool supers,
right,
and that stuff. And then at a certain point, and all the way through the sequel up till now, it's all complaints about the meta.
Yep.
And that's the entirety of what I hear about Destiny, is as a whole, as a game.
And that they're stealing my shit.
Just
the
nothing
sunsetting crap
about the content and of the actual, or the whatever the game's doing, or any progression or cool whatever. It's just all about how unfun and how annoying the meta part of it is.
It's interesting. Because, and this is not just for me to do like a puff piece on FF14. I have talked mad shit about Final Fantasy 14, my live service game of choice, the MMO that I play. But that's always tinged with, like, next week I'm going to gush about it for 2 hours, and you're going to sit there and go, and I'm going to be like, it's my favorite thing. Like, you see him in the room. Great, whatever. But when the overall tone and discussion of a game that has this kind of long, die-hard audience, you can get a feeling of just how it's built. Destiny is built along some kinds of fear of missing out and exclusivity and all sorts of stuff. So every single goddamn thing I see anyone talking about Destiny ever is people bitching and complaining. I can't remember the last time I saw anyone on any of my social media going, oh man, the new Destiny thing is so cool.
Ever, at all.
Ever. Not
it
once.
It has been years of just, what the fuck are they doing over there? That's all it's been. And the entirety, like, you know what it was? No, I remember. It was the DLC of 1, the King, something, Tyrant King or something? Taken King. Yeah.
Taken King, yeah.
That's the last time I heard about, like, oh shit.
People were like, wow, this is
cool
really good.
Content. Talking about the content.
Do you know what's specifically good about Taken King, Willie? In this analogy for Destiny, Taken King was the last thing they made for Destiny 1, and they knew it was going to be the last thing for Destiny 1. So Taken King was the last thing they ever made for Destiny that was planned to last. They built it so that people would like it over a long period of time. It was not a stepping stone to the next thing.
Right, okay. Yeah, that's the last point of content like that I've heard about that people were like, everything else is just
what the fuck is Rise of Iron? I don't even know what that is. Did that come out afterwards? Okay, then I'm wrong. Regardless, Taken King was the last time I ever saw anyone saying anything nice about Destiny.
About it, yeah, exactly.
Like, for all of my bitching about FF14, like, what's my timeline filled of? It's people posting pictures of their characters, getting excited for Endwalker, posting memes, fucking doing the copy pasta about the free trial, right? When I saw people talk about Halo, it would be like, check out this grenade, fucking Halo memes, you know, like stupid shit that would happen in multiplayer. Now, talking about Halo has become bitching about this fucking battle pass. Right? Like,
man.
What is the discussion of League of Legends? It's complaining about the player base. Right? And it's like, yes, there's obviously things of value in these games, but it really says a lot about, like, as a total non-player, what is the megaphone that's managing to reach you?
Yeah.
Is it like miserable complaints? Maybe you're designing your game bad.
Is there a single player that people have played with a story?
In what?
In Halo?
In Halo? No. That's coming out December 8th.
Oh, this is the multiplayer first, right? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Which, like, the way they put this out seems like a mistake, because apparently the campaign is really good and would definitely take the edge off of how angry people are at the multiplayer.
Yeah.
And then co-op is not out until May.
So this is when you see the math being fucked on your like microtransaction plans, you have to obviously get a board meeting going and then go, what were we planning to do? Pump the brakes. How do we hard steer this away from whatever direction it was going in?
I think my favorite version of that conversation is the Apex Legends conversation, where they were actually quite blunt about it, where people were like, your skins are too expensive and they suck because Apex skins are like $20. And they said, well, we did sales and it didn't increase. We did like percent off sales. It didn't increase people buying the skins. So they're going to say it as they are, except the sales for those $20 skins was to kick them down to like $11 to $15.
Right.
So like, yeah, no, it's not
still,
it's not low. You fucking idiot. Like,
yeah. But I with these rollouts, it's like, how long is it going to take them to fucking steer around the iceberg? You know,
it's
might be a
while. It will be at least 5.5 more months, because the first season, or whatever they're calling it, like the first battle pass, everything is so locked in that every week people are able to data mine events from 2 months from now out of the system. Like it's bordering on automated.
Also, there's a point where if people can spend money to get to bypass this shit, they spend that money and then they actually fix the system so that it's not garbage for anyone who didn't.
Gotta do refunds.
Then those people are
gotta do refunds.
What do you know? Like, or you don't do refunds and take that backlash.
So
you know?
I want to point out something to you, Wooly, because there's a lot of parts of this that are just like absurd, but the one that really got me, because there's all the past stuff and the progression crap and all that shit, right? But then there's their actual store, right? The store is bad. It is a bad store for microtransactions for cosmetics. I'm going to send you the microtransaction that I took as the good example. This is a little sword that you can put on your waist. All right?
Mm-hmm.
It is only available for that armor set, which has to be unlocked through the event that I've been complaining about for 20 minutes. And it costs almost $20 Canadian. By comparison, buying Master Chief in Fortnite with a bunch of custom shit and a glider and all that stuff cost me about the same.
$15.
Like, even by the standards of rip-off free-to-play microtransactions, it's the worst I've ever seen.
The little knife. Yeah. Yeah, that's fucking...
I could buy a whole Master Chief in a different game for the cost of that little sword.
I mean, I remember when I was playing Master Chief Collection and I saw all the progression unlockable armors, and I was like, oh yeah, there's some cool ones in there. I'd like to customize my ODST-man.
I tell you what, that comparison is not good for them right now. Because the challenge system they're using right now is just a shittier version of the Master Chief's Halo Reach system, in which all those fucking challenges were available at all times.
Do stuff, unlock things, and then dress up. Yeah.
Like, you can't tell me that you didn't know better because you knew better because you did it. You did it a couple years ago. This is that, but worse. On purpose. I'm foreseeing when they get back from Thanksgiving, break, they're gonna have a meeting internally, and then next week or maybe the week after, they're gonna post, "We're listening, and here's the roadmap for changes that have no specific dates on them."
And ultimately, price point adjustments could fix a whole lot of this, but I get who wants to deal with explaining that to people who've already spent their money.
Yeah, except there's another problem with that, genuinely. They had what they called test flights, where they had like beta playtesting sessions.
Yeah.
And the last test flight was maybe a month before this came out. And one of the biggest changes was from the last test flight to this, they doubled the amount of experience you need to level up in the battle pass. From 500 to 1,000.
So even in their own beta,
in their own beta, it was way better.
How about that?
Like a month ago.
Interesting. Someone looked at it and went,
someone
we can juice it.
And went, fuck that, double it. Some fucking producer.
Yeah. Straight up. Yeah.
So, and here's the bummer, right? I've really been enjoying playing Halo Infinite. I've been playing so much Halo Infinite that I actually have earned the maximum amount of things I could possibly earn. Like, I earned the unique color that is only available to people who did every challenge this week. And it's a nice color. It's the only way to get white on your character without paying $20. And that's the end of that, because on fucking Friday, 14's expansion is coming out, and if you think I have fucking time to run Halo challenges while the game I really care about is out, you're all fucking crazy.
So I was gonna say that, like, I feel like there's a background through line to this story, which is clearly you're enjoying it to some degree by putting this many hours in, talking about how stupid some of this stuff is. But there's a part of this that you're enjoying the Halo because you're playing this much of it.
Well, I hit a point. I hit a point on Saturday where I had one challenge to go before getting the killing spree one, and it was like kill 3 guys with the oddball, pick up the objective item, and smack dudes to death. And it led to me loading into a game because I can't pick my game and leaving if it's not oddball. Loading into a game, leaving because it's not oddball. And I had to do that like 5 times, which meant there were 5 games in which people got bots that lose the match for you in them. And I didn't care because people have gone forever against this. Like gone like long stretches without getting the game mode they need.
And when you get a game mode you're looking for and everything's good, game fun.
Suddenly the pressure is on and you're not having fun because you're like, well, I have to get this challenge because it's Saturday.
Oh god damn it, dude. Like it just like,
dude, it sucks. It fucking sucks.
Yeah.
And it's like,
but it's not. I guess. But what I'm getting at is that it's not enough to make you be like, "Fuck this," because you're like, "Fuck this." I have to get this dumb challenge, but not "fuck this." I'm not even gonna try. I'm not like. I would expect a either I'm not interested in it or I'll wait till they fix it, then I'll come look at it again.
Well, it definitely is enough to say, "Fuck this." I'm never spending any money on this fucking thing ever.
Okay.
Right. Like I think one of the things that stood out to me is that if every single thing on the store right now cost 1/5 of what it did, I know tons of people that will have bought all of it. Like if the colors were 90 cents to $2 instead of 10, yeah, people would be buying them left and right.
Well, I imagine like at a reasonable price, you'd look at the one thing that you'd like or the 2 or 3 and just be like, okay, I'll get these and that'll be that.
Yeah.
And that'd be fair.
But also, and here's the thing, it's not just the money. It's like, yes, I'm very much enjoying Halo, but because of this, when Endwalker comes out, I'm going to drop Halo completely. I'm not going to pick away at it, you know, for funsies. I'm just going to drop it completely because I have this other game that respects my time more. Speaking of which, this is another thing I did this week, and I'm going to move off of it. Everybody, take your belts off, put them in your fucking inventory, go max out on Poetics, go finish a Wondrous Tales and don't turn it in, finish your job quests before Wednesday night. Well, my friends and I are engaging in the MMO tradition of expansions coming out on Friday, so we got to clean up our fucking inventory. That mess of garbage, that mess of trash that you've had just sitting in there completely full for like 18 months, that's got to go. Because you're going to be picking up tons of shit.
Demi crystals to vendor sell 25 Poetics for 500 gil.
Yeah, that's right.
Most reliable option for making some money.
Max out your Poetics. You probably max out your Revelation, but you probably have that already maxed. And last but not least, I played Guardians of the Galaxy.
I hear it's pretty good.
So, before I continue, the time that I spent with Guardians of the Galaxy, at least on stream, was sponsored by Square Enix, Eidos, and the third-party company GameSite, in which they paid me some monies to play the game on stream, in which... shout out to GameSite for the fastest sponsorship payment I have ever received. I sent them an invoice and I got it within 20 minutes. Wow. Amazing. Legitimately. Guardians of the Galaxy
Here it's a lot better than Avengers.
Yeah, one of the things that cracked me up was that in the little thing, the talking points, they're like, make sure to spend about half an hour getting used to the game before you actually stream it. And I loaded it up and figured out what the real reason for that was, which was because when I loaded up the game on the main menu, by the time I was able to get to the audio section, I had heard both about 1 minute of "Everybody Wants to Rule the World" by Tears for Fears,
Oh
and
boy.
about 15 seconds of the final countdown before I was able to get to the
Yep.
audio section and do the DMCA mode on.
Okay.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
it is the only game I have ever seen in which, when you turn the streaming mode on, actually puts a permanent text box at the top of the screen that says streamer mode on at all times, in all cutscenes, in all gameplay. And the reason for that is because streaming that game is a dramatically different experience than playing that game.
Because of all the music cues.
There was a section in which a monster was chasing the gang, and we got into the ship to run, and Peter goes, "Oh man, this is crazy. Somebody put some music on." And then Drax goes, "Yeah, put the music on." And then Peter goes, "Yeah, I love this one," to dead silence.
Oh, it's they don't replace it.
They replace the battle tracks with an in-game custom album called the Starlord album. But a
Yeah.
huge variety of cutscene music and event music is replaced
Ooh.
by fucking nothing.
Oh man. At least get some fucking, Creative Commons open
Nope.
source
Nope.
attribution.
And
Boop, boop, boop,
like,
boop. You know.
aside from that, man, I want to give a shout out to Paul Marketing over at Eidos, who may in fact actually be the Paul Marketing that we are referring to in these jokes.
Don't worry about it.
I don't know if Paul still works there,
Let's not get too
but
precise. Anyway.
but the stage shows, the demos that showed this game off, did a really bad job of showing this game off. This game is actually very enjoyable and fun to play. It is basically a slightly more linear Mass Effect. What I did not expect is that when I started the game up, I would spend about half an hour walking around the ship talking to crew members like it's goddamn Mass Effect.
Okay. And the not being able to switch to the other party members thing, not that bad. Yeah.
No,
okay.
It's fine. It's once you're actually in it, and they're essentially power-ups. It works well. It's well written. It's funny. There's at least one dialogue prompt that had me like, it got me good. Like burst out like knee slapper, like you did it. If anyone knows the one that I'm referring to, I'm talking about doing the math. But yeah, it's a really good time. It's a lot of fun. It's a pretty good game. And that was just after a 2-hour period. I'm going to check back in next week once I redo that same section from the start with the music
Without
on
streamer mode.
and
right.
I bet it will be a full like 2 points on the scale up, because the fighting has like dynamic music apparently, and all the scenes have music selected for this purpose.
Okay.
And it's like, wow.
I mean, there's
you might
just
as
no
well
way
be playing it muted.
There's no way around like this problem, but I figure like a half point between dead silence and fucking getting struck would be just replacement music, you know?
They do replace some of the music with the in-game
I think
album.
it would be good to do all of it, but it just to make
that
it not
seems
completely
infeasible.
Yeah.
Apparently, the new Life is Strange game takes the just cuts literally all music out of the game entirely. And so you'll have like long form dramatic scenes in complete silence.
What if you got all the actors to do shitty a cappella covers with kazoos.
That'd be pretty good, actually.
That'd probably still get sued, actually, because I know covers are also not okay under DCMA.
But yeah, no, it was really enjoyable. I felt very happy with my time in it. Obviously take this with a grain of salt, because this opinion, the attention I gave it is at least paid partially. But it's such a weird situation, because like I'm being paid to show this game off, and I'm like, dude, I am showing off a obviously inferior version of this. Like a genuinely inferior version is the only one that I can do. That was the only question I had when they sent the email in, was, can I turn the DMCA mode on, because otherwise I'm not touching this? And like, absolutely, you can absolutely use the DMCA mode. There's no problem. And I'm like, man, that must have been the question every single person asked them.
Yeah, just for a game where the music is such an important part of the identity.
And also like that after the film, like, yeah, no, the music, like 80s tracks synced up to the beat and the action and the moments is totally part of the Guardian's identity. And
yeah, like
without it, just doesn't hit the same way. I'm very much looking forward to playing that on my own time, not on stream.
Yeah, I mean, so before this, I think I saw there was like a gameplay, like 10 minutes video or something like that, and it seemed like it was pretty solid, looked like it was pretty good. And then I think, yeah, Max took a look and also was enjoying that. Cool, okay. Yeah, anything to do better than the Avengers situation? Completely.
Well, that game's just bad.
So
that game's just straight up bad. So, you know,
good job.
Yeah. Did I do anything else? Nah. The rest of this week is Endwalker prep, maxing out Poetics, putting my belts away, maxing out the amount of seals that I have, etc. Getting to the right spot so that I don't have login problems, etc. This week, I'm not streaming shit. The only thing I'm streaming this entire week is on Thursday night. I'm going to be doing a stream in which I go through every single trailer for every patch 14 ever released. And I'm going to be ranking those patches based off of their quality and my personal experience with them. That's going to be Thursday night. And then Friday at noon, we're going to be starting Endwalker until Endwalker is over. So I can't provide a day-to-day schedule for that, other than, yeah, I'm going to be streaming a lot of that video game. That's going to be over twitch.tv/PatSteers.
Okay. So this is where we
you know what? Hold on. I do have one last thing for people that are going to be playing Final Fantasy XIV on Friday. The single most important thing that you can do for your personal enjoyment is to go into your chat log settings in your character menu, turn off the ability to receive private tells, turn off party chat, turn off alliance chat, turn off say chat, turn off character titles, turn off minion names.
Spoilers?
Yep.
I see.
People will shout out, like literally shout in areas, hey, does anyone want to go do this fight? Which is, right? There have been times where people have titles that can appear above their heads, which are, this dude died spoilers, unironically. I think I mentioned it to you before, but there's a title in the game that when it came out was Blank's Final Witness. There are also minion names that are like the true final form of X, right? And don't use Party Finder. Turn off every ability for anyone to talk to you.
That's so crazy that it's such an online experience, but the story is also very linear and spoilable. Therefore, you have to go through the precautions that the game itself.
There's only one chat. There's only one in-game form of communication that I allow to get through, and it's my guild / free company. And that's how most people are going to play it through. Your friends or people you trust will be able to talk to you.
Has there ever been like someone just walking around wearing a helmet That's a spoiler.
There was one for Heavensward where there was a mount that was a big spoiler, but you wouldn't know it until you got there.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
But yeah, no, just be careful, gang. Don't you don't want to fumble at the finish line. Right? That's the worst one. Stormblood was the worst for that because when everybody got stuck at the very beginning because of the server issue with their instance servers. So you had about 1% of the game's population that managed to get through and were getting all the way to the end, while most of the game's population was stuck at the very beginning.
Okay.
And people could go back to where people were stuck and literally like dive bomb them with spoilers.
So like walking out of the movie theater while you're in line to go in next.
Can't believe they killed Thanos at the end of the movie. Wow.
Holy. Yeah. Okay. You sponsors?
Do we have anybody this week?
We do.
All right.
This week, the podcast is brought to you by ExpressVPN. Let me say that again. ExpressVPN. I think I said Express.
No, you're talking about ExpressVPN.
ExpressVPN, not Express.
Express, fast.
You want to have yourself some security on the internet, and yeah, I guess this time around we'll subtract the dog napping analogies, and we'll just say that getting online, your ISP can expose you to lots of things. And,
all sorts of dank internet diseases. You don't want that.
And they can then sell those diseases with you and your information to people who could use it to target you, and you don't want to do that. Beyond just like having the ability to check out cooler things on your Netflix or on your various different streaming services, you also have your data. So if you want to get encryption and safety, ExpressVPN can help you out with that. You fire up the app, click one button. It works on your phone, your laptop, your router level even. So anyone who's using your Wi-Fi can be protected. Yeah, it's quite thorough. And again, if you happen to be, using a streaming service that also says we don't like you because of where you live, you can be like, well, I don't live there. See, look, and they'll be like, oh, come on in.
Promise.
Here's the cool stuff. Just that simple. So secure your online activity by visiting God damn my mouth today. expressvpn.com/superbeast today. That's expressvpn.com/superbeast. And you can get extra 3 months for free. That's expressvpn.com/superbeast. Thanks, ExpressVPN.
Thank you, ExpressVPN.
Nabobino.
You got a bad case of the slippery mouth today.
I got a little mush mouth. This week's podcast is also brought to you by Uncommon Goods, who are in the business of helping you out with better gifts, especially for the holiday season. You're thinking
better than normal goods.
When you look up a regular good and it's just like yellow or white text on it, and you're like,
yeah,
oh,
no, you want the green stuff, possibly blue,
maybe even purple if you work hard enough.
Let's not get crazy. That's
But you want to get the good stuff, the uncommon goods, and that's where Uncommon Goods can help you out. Because yeah, for whatever you wanna, or whoever you wanna buy for in your life, moms, dads, teens, besties, in-laws, your one and only, all the different kinds of people you're gonna be shopping for. You want to get stuff that's a little more interesting, a little more off the beaten path, and creative. Uncommon Goods specializes in that. They've got handmade, independent artists and makers creating tons of different things that might suit the exact fancy. They've even got gift guides to help you match with the right gift for the right person. As I've said, this week I got to partake of a very cool pocket calabrese salad with got a little mozzarella, got a little tomato, and we got some basil, which was grown with the self-watering, it won't die on you no matter how much you try to kill it plant system that Punch Mom has used, and now her basil's grown out, and we enjoyed.
That's nice.
There you go. So they've got you covered in regards to whatever fatal flaws your friends and family might have, such as the touch of death on all plants. So you can get 15% off your next gift. Go to uncommongoods.com/superbeast. That's uncommongoods.com/superbeast for 15% off. Don't miss out on the limited time offer. Uncommon Goods. They're all out of the ordinary. Thank you, Uncommon Goods.
Thanks, Uncommon Goods.
Right. And lastly, this week, the podcast
But not leastly, definitely not.
Sponsored by Honey.
Oh, hey, Honey.
It's not syrup. It's the stuff that bees make. It's the honey.
So you can have it help you buy syrup.
Yeah, that is true. Tell you what, I've seen some rad, crazy videos of bees getting together and vibrating to defeat their enemies.
Oh, that's a cool one. I like that one.
And then I've also seen like murder hornets doing the exact opposite by just tanking an entire hive, and it's crazy. That has nothing to do with the type of honey that we're talking about here, but that's some cool shit. This honey is about the coupon codes that you can save on whatever you're buying online. Essentially, there's tons of stores that you might be shopping at, and Honey's supported in over 30,000 stores online, ranging from tech, gaming, fashion, even food delivery. So chances are tons of places you might use on a regular basis will be on that list. And once you get to that checkout, you see the place where you got the coupon code, not the coupon code, the coupon code. And you click apply coupons, and then it grabs whatever will save you money right before you check out. And it's just that simple. So you watch the prices drop. They've saved 17 million members, over $2 billion in savings. So why not check it out? See if you can save on some free savings that you otherwise might be spending. It's literally free. Installs in a few seconds, and after getting it, you'll be doing yourself a solid and supporting the podcast. So get Honey for free at joinhoney.com/superbeast. That's joinhoney.com/superbeast. Thanks, Honey.
Thanks, Honey.
Okay. In the news.
Hold on, I gotta take 5. I gotta piss myself.
All right, go piss. Go
Sorry,
piss. Go
I'm
piss.
going to piss myself, not I gotta piss myself. That's different.
Go piss. Go piss. Go piss. Go piss.
I will go piss now. Excuse me. Are we back?
Okay. Yes. So.
Breaking news. Everyone shut up. Heads up to thanks Screen Rant for putting us number 2 in the list of best video game podcasts directly underneath the Giant Bombcast.
Oh yeah, I just retweeted that.
Fuck yeah.
Cool. That's dope. We're raunchy. We say raunchy things, and then we have video game takes.
Sometimes I talk about my infernal fear of shitting my own pants.
Sometimes I talk about fighting games.
I would say you talk about fighting games more often than I talk about the fear of shitting my own pants.
I would challenge that. I would challenge that with smart money. And sometimes we talk about the news like this. Actually, so this one's fun. I really want to talk about this story. They revealed, and I think we might have touched on Dragon Ball: The Breakers.
Yeah.
And I saw it.
Dragon Ball by Daylight.
And I was looking at it, and I was like, yeah, like, some of this seems kind of silly. And, like, what the fuck? You're going to pull a gun out to defeat Cell or whatever. All that, and I was looking at it, I'm like, okay, this is so weird. What are you going for here, right? And then I had a thought, and it was honestly, like, I had a bit of a change of heart in a way. And it was this. Like, a Dragon Ball game where it's asymmetrical, admittedly, Dead by Daylight and such have proven the path and established a genre that you can then follow your IP in the steps of. So it's not completely novel. But I realized that, a game where you're like, what if there was a super strong villain and you had to, like, get away from them in the Dragon Ball world on foot is the kind of thing I would muse about randomly in a conversation, going like, what would be an interesting thing that we haven't seen already in Dragon Ball or in whatever franchise that we know where we get the same shit over and over and over again?
I mean this unironically and without cynicism. This is probably the most interesting Dragon Ball game to ever be revealed.
So I honestly, I had to pump the brakes on my own brain and take, because I was like, this is literally what I would go, why don't they try something like that? And I have also talked about, like, I'd like more acknowledgement of old original classic Dragon Ball. Oolong there is definitely that, as well as Young Bulma. But yeah, I had to, like, just go, stop the cynical take for a second. Hold on. Experimenting and trying shit out with a franchise that we know they can just make another Xenoverse out of is what I would like to see.
Why could they?
And even to, like, even when it's as poorly executed as that JoJo Battle Royale game, where it's like, man, you could have done so many more interesting things with the idea of stand battles than what you chose to go for here. But you picked a genre that was getting popular and you went, let's just throw our shit into that. This is ostensibly doing the same thing, but, like, watching the breakdown on the mechanics and how it's going down, it's more interesting than anything else.
Yep. 100%.
They've been putting out. And one of the things I was wondering was, like, instead of a gun, why don't you just, like, call in a hero that's a main character that can fight? And it's like, yeah, so you can't do that, but you can sort of become them using a limited power-up. So
just a second.
You can do a thing that makes you buff up for a bit and fight for a minute, and if you level it all the way to the maximum, you completely become a ghost or a mimic of that character, and you fight as Goku or as Vegeta.
And the level 4 version is the you become a Goku for like 1 minute.
Yeah. So that's my thing, is I'm like, this is an interesting idea, and I actually want to say, like, more of this type of thing. We'll see how it plays. Let's see if it's good. I don't know, like, what the standard it would have to reach is in terms of balance compared to, say, Dead by Daylight. But
that shouldn't be too hard.
but the breakdown of how it works was it looked like there's a lot of ways to escape, individually or by potentially working together, and it seems as if the villain is going to have the ability to kind of just destroy parts of the entire map, which I don't think is a thing in like those asymmetrical things or in Friday the 13th.
Yeah, the overall scale of this game is much larger than its contemporaries. It's a much wider area because you're dealing with characters that have just crazy movement.
Yeah, so it feels like what they're doing is putting an asymmetrical Dead by Daylight type game on a map that's Battle Royale-esque, and instead of a shrinking wall, it's the character, the boss, destroying zones so that you know what?
You're totally right. That's absolutely what that is.
Yeah, and they can't they can't constantly destroy areas, but they reduce the map until it's eventually down to like the smallest place if you can survive it, and then by that point you should have gotten together the time traveling ships to escape or whatever you have to do to get off the planet.
Or somebody has the ability to Goku it up for a minute or what have you.
So just on a design level, I'm like, yeah, this is interesting. And then if what we see in terms of the characters, items, and gameplay continues to like homage and reference shit that's, from the Red Ribbon Army era, or, again, the Oolong, the Young Bulma, the little capsule corp shit that you see all in the pre-Dragon Ball Z stuff. I'm like, yeah, let's see this. I hope this is legitimately fun and good. I hope that the other villains that they implement are like interestingly implemented into this level up system, because
like Cell is obviously the poster child for that. I mean,
because it makes perfect sense. Grab you, eat you, power up, right? He starts weak, he gets stronger, he's got a lot of forms to go through. Frieza going to final Frieza form because he got a kill on a rando doesn't quite make as much sense, but I'm sure they're still going to be able to implement him and Boo and the various types and such. So I want to see how that works as well. And
I hope we get some of the villains that are not just the main three. They're like some of the losers.
I mean, how cool or interesting would it be if one of them was just like an Uzaru?
Yeah, why not?
You're just a rampaging fucking monkey, and you do all the attacks, and you blow up the map, and you do all the things, But like, you have room for that to be something viable in this game,
What if the final character you can unlock on the Raider side, I think they're called, is Goku and Piccolo on their driving test?
On their cars with the with the hat backwards.
And they're just like driving around going, "Oh no!" while they crash into the player characters
with panicked on their faces. Yeah. You could take Nappa or Raditz and make them viable threats.
Yeah, totally, 100%.
Raditz can be a real villain with actual time and he can be a threat because you're fighting against fucking normal people. I'm
a bit disappointed that we have Oolong and Bulma and 6 other fucking whoever's.
Yeah, but my hope, fingers crossed, is that you're gonna have like a bunch of NPCs and then occasional recognizable NPCs. It could have been all background characters from the actual lore, but maybe there's like a customization aspect or something like that, but totally like little fucking normal humans doing their best to escape seems fun, seems like a cool idea.
Yeah, it's really cool.
So yeah, that's it. I'm 180ing my initial dubiousness on this, because it's the exact kind of creative risk I'd like to see taken, especially with a brand where we've already done every other version of every other kind of game. And
like
also,
DBZ is like games are the most creatively bankrupt licensed games.
Exactly. And I think that if this delivers exactly what we see from the breakdown of the mechanics, this will hold the record for being the Dragon Ball game with the least amount of Goku in it
Yes.
of all time.
Like, as an example, the last game that was the most interesting Dragon Ball game was the one where they took the normal Dragon Ball game and said, what if we had the camera on the side and it was good? And that was Dragon Ball Fighters.
Yeah. Like, I like an actual game where you are allowed to see Goku for 1 minute tops, and then he's gone forever, is an exciting prospect, you know? Seeing as we just got Kakarot. So that's cool. That's cool. Check out the mechanics breakdown to see some of the ways that they're planning to do this. But sure, let's have fun with the world of Dragon Ball.
What a crazy idea. Hey, before we move on, hey, Wooly, I'd like to apologize, but I do have to take a quick break and take care of some pooch duties. I will be right back.
BRB.
Dog,
Oh,
you are gross.
he is globbing and
He is
gooping.
sliming. I'll tell you why. It's
Damn.
because I have this treat in my hand, and he
Big
want it.
Slimers.
Yeah, so all my clothes just look like a man came to me and just came all over me because he slimes me. I know. Dog is melting.
The salivation for treat is like a 5-second to slime process.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Hey, come here. Come here. Oh, he ran away. He got his treat and he's done.
Where'd that go?
Oh,
Yeah. I was going to say.
It's not on me. It's on the...
Okay.
So, by the way, you ever wonder why we got this blanket on the couch at all times now?
Yo, no, I don't wonder.
Because we got a slime dog.
Yeah. Skeet protection.
Yeah, also that time that he was just decided to skeet. You want to hear something really awful? The dog's got no balls, but I'll be waking up at noon or whatever, and I'll look over, and the dog's sitting next to me on the couch looking cute, and then I'll hear him like grunting like a weirdo, and I look over, and he's masturbating.
With no balls.
Yeah, he's sitting straight up like this, and using his paw to just slap his dick, and going, and foaming at the mouth.
I guess you still feel something.
Yeah, clearly. Yeah, it's called for bulldogs. Bulldogs do it a lot for some reason. They call playing the banjo. But the banjo is their penis.
Yeah. Poor T-Rexes. The fuck did they do, you know?
I mean, they were
All right.
lizards, right? Or
Yeah.
birds, whatever.
All right. Well, where to go? Okay. Well, how about this? And this is perfect for talking to Geef over here. Hey, have you heard that there's rumors that a Chrono Cross remake could be in development?
I heard those rumors and they're fucking bullshit.
So, this started not too long ago. And, shout outs to anybody out there who appreciates a little bit of Chrono Cross. But it started with, oh, you're blurred.
Don't worry about it.
You're back. It started with a singer who claims to have worked on the soundtrack of a PlayStation game remake some time ago on an Irish radio station. Ava McMahon did an interview, and she said that she recently had to do, she was recently called in to do some work on a remake. Didn't specify which, obviously, and she said she'd be able to talk more about it at Christmas. So people started going and were like, "Oh, I wonder what that could be." But
it's going to be a collaboration for some mobile game.
Then there was what was the second thing? So she recorded that, and then the second thing was there was a GeForce leak that the GeForce Now leaks included a couple of titles that were unannounced. Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collection, a bunch of PlayStation PC port announcements were in there, and Chrono Cross was on that list. So, there's a second thing that happens there. Third thing that happens is it's less set in stone, but Forever Entertainment, the people who made the Panzer Dragoon remake, announced and the House of Dead remake, announced that they were working with Squeenix on a bunch of remakes of various Squeenix titles. So they might be literally the studio involved in this process. And then as of today, there is also now a mobile game called Another Eden, which people have kind of data mined and seen that a collaboration event is happening with Chrono Cross.
I knew it.
So
it's always some mobile bullshit.
But the fact that the other people involved in this mentioned a remake implies more that this crossover is promotion for the actual game that's probably going to drop in about a month or so, or announcement that'll drop in about a month or so. So it seems like there's a remake happening, and that mobile game accidentally kind of revealed that they're doing a cross-promotional thing, is the vibes I'm getting.
I don't know. I genuinely feel like it's more a bunch of clueless people working on that collaboration and thinking it's a remake.
Could be. But the fact that there's a studio name attached as well, potentially, like if it was just one thing, like the actor or the musician kind of spoiled it, that's one type of thing. But there's like 4 different vectors coming in here, and there's a potential studio that's supposedly involved to come in and do a bunch of remakes. And if that's what they're like literally announcing, and they've done remakes in the past, like we have a place and a studio that would not make the mistake between thinking a collaboration is an actual full game, you know? So
Chrono Cross is weird to me because like a lot of people adore that game, but I was always under the impression that there was always some legal shenanigans that prevented them from touching the Chrono name in any significant form. And maybe remaking Cross would be a way around that, but it still seems like a wild pull, especially considering they're full steam ahead on the FF7 remake stuff.
Yeah, it's the Chrono Cross in and of itself appears to represent a legal fucking tango of tiptoeing and avoiding getting, wires crossed with any lawsuits involving Chrono Trigger. But after time, re-releases still occur, which means that there's still a, like, whatever is up with Chrono Trigger, there is still some kind of relationship in place to allow a re-release of the same thing for, in theory, the same split or whatever, is happening. If this is a remake, it could either signify that it's a fully integrated part of the Chrono franchise, or it could work to distance itself even further. I don't know. Or
you
it
think
could
it's
just keep it
possible at all that it's like a re-release on like all platforms, and that by remake it's just going to be like cleaned up and had like some of the edges smoothed off?
Definitely. I think it's a Steam port with some pretty up-res textures and some new tracks and some new, fancy features here and there, but not quite a remaster, not quite a remake, just a pretty port.
I mean, if it's a simple port, then maybe they can actually go back and work with CyberConnect on it, because that's their speciality, is making things look nice. They don't touch the guts.
I don't know if they're looking to spend CyberConnect kind of money, though, right? I mean, CyberConnect was originally doing FF7 Remake before that didn't work out. But yeah, this studio with House of the Dead and with Panzer, seems like they're I get, like Blue Point, it's like our thing is remakes. This is what we do. We come along and we take something that you need ported, and we can remake or remaster. I don't see Chrono Cross having so much love that it can get a complete from scratch rebuild. It's
not FF7.
And
not. Honestly, nothing is FF7 in that context. That's not a fair comparison.
And as much as I give Chrono Cross its leeway, I don't think it deserves that kind of budget. Like
for all the mess I'm going to talk about Chrono Cross on Twitter in about an hour and a half. The one thing that jumps into my mind, like very strongly in terms of like making a full scale top down remake, is that one of that game's big selling points was that it had like a Suikoden level of playable characters that you could have in your party, which is like you're not gonna get like high-end next-gen models of Poshu and Glenn. Maybe Glenn, but not Poshu. The dog. You remember the pink and white dog? Like that's not gonna happen.
No, you're getting Kid and Surge and call it a day. Interesting though. Interesting. Also there was another piece of potential evidence with Yasunori Mitsuda posting a picture on Twitter with him and Michael McGlynn, who
is that?
I think is also a composer as well that for music, so seems like he was someone that worked on it as well, and that them being together because he was the person who contracted that Ava McMahon. So the fact that you're seeing like the guy who composed Chrono Cross working with the guy, take a picture with a guy, and then that guy hired this lady who like literally said on the radio she's doing it just
or work with me here. Another game that Mitsuda worked on, which is way better, called Xenogears, could be the one that they're cleaning up and working on, because that game needs it. All taste aside and all personal preferences aside, Xenogears needs it way more than CC does. Xenogears is like blatantly unfinished.
It absolutely does.
Chrono Cross has like a real ending, at least. God damn it!
They did say that this is the multiple PlayStation remakes, right? So who knows?
Okay, I'm gonna throw all this shit in the trash. If you're gonna touch any of those games from that era, can we undo some of the third birthday stink and get a good Parasite Eve game again?
Oh man,
that one's who's gonna fight me? No one.
How about this? They re-release just Xenogears Disc 2.
they clean
they burn it onto the actual black disc, like just disc 2. yeah, that's how you put it out there. Go to your original, grab that shit, pop this in there, call it a day. So yeah, a little bit of that going on. Have you seen the opening to Stone Ocean?
I have.
It's great.
Girls doing crimes.
Girls doing jail times. Crimes into jail times, my friend. Yeah.
There's a lot of compact discs in that intro for some reason.
What are those? Say all the children who see the real life save icons on their dad's desks. Yeah.
I think my favorite, this is an aside, but I think my favorite was seeing, I forget what dev it was, but talking about how they had to change the save icon in their game because their company had used the floppy disk icon for like a decade, only to have playtesters come in and just go, what the fuck is that?
What am I looking at?
What is a floppy disk? Why would that mean saving the game? I don't understand.
I mean, the version of that I heard was kids seeing a floppy disk and going, "Hey, it's a real life save icon,"
Ah!
Oh, that's what I was referencing. I was referencing the like that kids literally didn't know what to make of it. Yo, let's go fucking White Snake. So excited. Intro's incredible. Song's dope.
One step closer to badly animated 3D horses.
First, we gotta go through Florida. You can't get to badly animated horses till you go through Florida.
Oh man, let's just cross that bridge when we come to it.
And if you are if you're anticipating and you haven't yet seen Stone Ocean, and you're wondering, does Florida Man? Yes, the answer is Florida Man does. Florida Man does.
Kudos to, like, in part 3, they're kind of globetrotting, right? And they're going to different places. And Eriky's like, oh, I went to Taiwan, or I went to so and so, right? Or we went to the Middle East and had some chai, or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, then in part 4, you're in a small town and small town things, and part 5 is in Italy. And I feel like they didn't really sell the Italy so much in part 5. Like, it was less of an important thing of how Italian it was compared to the amount of influence Florida has on part 6.
Fine. Yes. Okay, fine. Because there's a whole lot of Italy going on in you know,
but like
5.
Florida is vital to many of the shenanigans that the part 6 crew engage in.
Yeah. Something that's also really cool is that the voice of Poochie has been announced as Seiki Tomokazu. And
not Dan Castellana.
That is well, I mean, we're in Japan, I would assume.
That joke went right over your head.
No, I didn't get it.
Homer Simpson's voice actor.
Okay. I mean, not Chris Pratt almost would have been the contemporary there.
No, because Poochie.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. You know what? That was
a double whiff.
That was that was 4D. Yeah, all right. That was advanced. You set that one up.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Seiki Tomokazu, which is pretty great because basically if Takahiro Koyasu, who is Dio, is one of the most prolific voice actors in anime, like if he's the Nolan North, right? Seiki Tomokazu is like also insanely prolific, and they've worked on a ton of things. And
I don't know if I recognize that name.
So he's Doman Kashu in G Gundam. He's Toji from Ava. He's Vaughn from Escaflowne. He's just fucking.
Those some hits.
He's everybody. And he's been around again, just like you know, like they've been around together for a while. So and they've played off of each other in all kinds of like funny, wild ways in like different shows. So it makes, and Gilgamesh, there you go, exactly. You know, Seiki Tomokazu. He's one of the most
Gilgamesh popular. From that Garugamesh video.
I think they're thinking of the Fate, possibly. I'm gonna go ahead, but
the porno game.
Yeah, all over the place. Gilgamesh and Fate Stay Night. Beautiful fucking Joe. He's Sagara Sosuke in Full Metal Panic. I mean, it's just it goes on forever. So, what better pick for someone to work alongside? What better pick to go alongside, you know, Dio's voice actor than this? It's fucking perfect. It's so great because of the story.
I'll have to take your word for it. I'm not as familiar with this dude.
Yeah, in terms of like how prolific, you don't really get any further.
Shame you're not going to hear him because you'll be listening to the dub though.
No, but really, he's the Troy Baker to Dio's Nolan North. That's basically the deal. If that makes any sense.
It does.
Okay. Fuck yeah, JoJo coming soon. And now everybody.
When is that showing up? Actually,
word on the street is early December. Yeah,
that's in 2 days.
Mm-hmm. Coming real soon. And for anyone who's still going through the list, you can scroll forever. You're gonna see your faves. Kanji, like, Just scroll until you find the character you love. He's done it.
Can't wait for Jolene to be announced for Multiverses.
Oh. You open up that door. No, because then you have to get through the fucking the Shonen Jump complications, and they don't play nice.
It's gonna be a lot less. It's gonna be a lot less weird in approximately 16 to 21 episodes from now, when other multiverses characters start showing up in Part 6.
We will see how they handle all of that. Anyway, so JoJo looks dope. They announced a port of 13 Sentinels to the Switch.
Hell yeah!
Please
get that on everything, please.
Love for the game, and they're adding some new shit.
What? Really?
Yes, very minor.
Oh,
it's not story content. It's just there's now a second mech for every character that they can deploy out into with different abilities. So in destruction mode. In destruction mode,
doesn't make any sense. Whatever.
Battle outfits. So in destruction mode, you're gonna have alternate battle outfits to be used. So I guess like separate configurations for the or I don't know if it's just cosmetic or if it's actually gameplay, but the translation is very rough on the trailer that says each character gets a new battle outfit in destruction mode, and it shows a picture. That
might just be a costume.
It might be a costume, but the picture it shows is next to the mech. So I'm not sure. But yeah.
Can we get a PC version of this so I can gift it to people?
So this is what comes next, and this is what I was about to say is this is great news. I'm happy to see that anything that gets more eyeballs on the game is happening. But holy fuck, a lot of people need this on PC because they're not going to play it on anything else, or they don't have anything else, and it's super.
And the PC port would last for past a console generation, so that you'd be able to go, hey, you should check out 13 Sentinels. It's an old game. Do I have what I have? You have a computer? Why don't you?
It's on sale. Grab it now. Whatever. Yeah, exactly. So it makes it so much easier to recommend to people, or to just be like, here, check it out. Yeah. Grab a gift,
it's always
or do whatever
been
the case.
The thing about vanillaware games, it's always so frustrating. They very rarely get ported on more than any. They rarely, if ever, get ported to anything. And if they do get ported, it's always to another console that's a couple years old. And then after a little bit, you go, oh, fuck, can I play Dragon's Crown? And thankfully for Dragon's Crown, they ported it forward.
But they're making it committed to the PSP. You know what I mean?
Do you want to play Oboro Muramasa?
Yeah.
Break out the Vita or the fucking Wii.
That's it. That's all you got. Yeah. No, Vanillaware doesn't seem to like PC. Or they're just like Sony funded to the degree that Sony's not interested in them porting it off, even though they're starting to look at it now. But the way that Sony's handling ports on PC for their big titles is as advertisement for the sequels, right?
Yeah.
Horizon Zero Dawn and God of War dropping on PC right as sequels for both of those games is about to drop on PS5 is the most deliberate shit ever, It's
good idea. Smart.
So yeah, 13 Sentinels needs all the love, deserves all the love.
If you have a Switch and you're interested in 13 Sentinels, even a tiny, 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 tiny bit, you should go and get it.
And you know what? It's a 2D game with some sprites. It'll probably run fine.
Except for Missile Rain.
But they're so basic. It's such...
Dude, my PS5 could barely handle some of that stuff.
Maybe Missile Raid will cause problems. Maybe. I would like to think that these untextured little drops and sphere pops can be handled. Look, Mario 128. It can handle it. How far past that are we now? I don't know. But you know what? It's the kind of cool. It's the slowdown that you like, though. It would be cool. You want it to kind of chug right there and only there, like when Mega Man X when you're hitting that ramp in Armored Armadillo.
Yeah.
So yeah, 13 Sentinels. Check that out. The people behind DC Universe are working on a Marvel MMO.
Wow.
So, and this is kind of like when the Matrix Online got announced. You go like, okay, so convert this franchise into an MMO setting that makes sense. With the Matrix, it works perfectly because the whole story about people waking up.
You would think, huh?
You would think, right? Just besides execution of the game, just the setting for why there'd be a ton of people with a bunch of powers.
Hey, man, you want a really good, feel-good moment about the Matrix Online? Lawrence Fishburne's not in the goddamn new movie because he got killed in the in-canon MMO event.
Yep, Morpheus died.
What a great use of that license.
But look at the guy that looks like young Morpheus. Did you see him?
I saw him.
He looks like young Morpheus.
FIFO 5 Morpheus.
Oh yeah, in case anyone didn't know that, Morpheus canonically in Matrix lore dies in the MMO.
Yeah.
And that's you have
some
to
weirdo slime man just crawls out of a vent and shoots him like 5 times and then he's dead.
It's kind of like Palpatine in Fortnite. It's hard canon that must be acknowledged from here on out forever.
Man, you know that was terrible day one, and that's only going to age like rotten milk every day in the future. When people go, hey, I want to get into Star Wars, and then they go to that movie, and they're like, what, when? And then somebody has to go, well, you know that game that shut down a couple years ago? Yeah, he came in, and he was like...
I'm waiting for the game like 30 years from now where they go back and reference the time that Palpatine sent a broadcast signal to some weird system to some specific system, and they're like, where was it? They're like, we don't know, but it was received and displayed somewhere, and maybe they have to locate it on a star chart. You know, but then you can go and look at the lore and go, Fortnite lives right here in the undiscovered space.
I can't believe there were people who actually thought that third Star Wars movie was going to be anything other than garbage after the most important thing to ever happen in Star Wars was a live service ad in some video game. Like I can't think of a movie that had less artistic integrity. And I know, yeah, it's big budget Hollywood garbage, but like, holy shit.
The moment you get to the end of Last Jedi and they don't do the thing, just play the sound of a deflating balloon and have it last for the entirety of the third movie until the credits roll. Just
oh man.
For hours. Until and then that's it. That's what you need.
Fuck.
All right. So how does Marvel create an MMO where lots of people have superpowers and it makes sense in the world?
Well, you go ahead and grab the people who made City Heroes, and you just make City Heroes 2.
So that's my first thought, is you just go that route. The other thought is like you try to make it so that like you're still in a populated city with lots of normal people, or that there's a sense of you still being one out of X number of people, you know? And then the other thing is, if you give people the ability to, you know, I guess dress up as all their favorites and mix and match costume pieces and stuff, like, do you just play the game and thousands of people cosplay as Wolverine? Or
yeah, so that was like...
is it about being original?
That was City of Heroes' biggest problem, in that in order to fucking not get stomped into the dirt by DC and Marvel, they had to be like daily, like, stop making fucking Batman.
And you
Your
can get around it.
character can't be Batman.
The character creator will let you make your Batmans, but you just have to fucking police it and be like, nope, nuh-uh, no drizzt.
Man.
So
Or the
what do you
Warcraft
do?
Night Elf areas were just the fucking scourge of the earth with that shit. It was
How many
unbelievable.
Z's? Yeah.
How many X's?
Yeah. But as Marvel, this is the official game now, so you can, you know, absolutely encourage everyone to get their own Spider-Man mask. But, like, do you go for an angle that says make your own superhero and here's a bunch of unique parts? Or do you just play dress up like a Super Skrull with a bunch of limbs belonging to different characters?
No, you have classes, and the classes will correlate to different superpowers. And the way that they're going to get around people playing as Mr. Fantastic instead of Stretchy Man is that Mr. Fantastic will be your job trainer.
Sure. So
you'll be the apprenticeship to Wolverine or Mr. Fantastic or Iron Man.
So Wall Crawler will just be a class then.
That one's tough because people like
come on.
For real though, like being what do you call it? How do I put it? Wanting to be the character is not even the biggest problem for a superhero MMO. I don't know how they fixed it in DC Universe Online, but the number one like design issue is movement, because superheroes can fly by default all the time,
and that's what you want to do.
Swing,
that's what's fun.
Or run flying, 1,000,000 miles a second,
and super jumping around the level, like Hulk. Is
like what is the DC Universe Online solution?
I
to those
don't
of you
know.
Who actually
I don't know anything about DC Universe.
Out there.
Yeah,
I'm now going to just somehow get the answer.
Does everyone just fly and do all their powers everywhere? Good question.
There are movement power sets in DC Universe Online.
Okay. If you flash
3 types of movement.
Can you
super speed, flight, or acrobatics?
Okay.
There you go.
Teleporting.
Smart. That's a smart solution.
So what if you just if you get like Shadowcat powers, do you just no clip?
You wouldn't. Like it's one of the things that when you're having like a superhero MMO, one of the biggest problems is that the only way to make like a series of like classes or anything approaching that is that you have to boil down a fiction that is functionally infinite in what people can do to like 6 different powers. Yes. Being speed, super strength. You have to boil them down to like, are you the techno man with a robot suit? Are you the strong flyy man with the laser beams? Are you right? And it's this
is the most curious I'll be about this game is how do you pare an entire world of powers down and do it justice, you know?
Well,
while delivering what people want.
Answer that.
So if you're going to be a Superman type, you know, or in this case, sure.
You have the tank roles be fire, ice, earth, rage, and atomic. You have the crowd control gang be gadgets, mental, light, quantum, and munitions. And you have the healers be sorcery, nature, electricity, celestial, and water.
So that's how they're doing it.
You really have 3 classes with 5 variations therein.
So be a soldier, super soldier guy, or be a magician person. But you can't specifically have a unique superhero identity with your own, like, things that, yeah. All right. Okay. You gotta make sacrifices, I suppose.
It's just, it's this weird thing where it's like, whereas pretty much anything that has a historical basis on Dungeons and Dragons, which is almost everything,
Mm-hmm.
it's way easier because there's so many archetypes that just slot right in. A monk is a monk in 300 different games.
Yeah.
Everybody knows what that is. With superhero stuff, you end up usually taking those same roles and then naming them something different and then changing what the effects actually are.
But when you know that the universe has like, okay, you're a monk, but are you what are you representing? Are you representing, you know,
Martialists.
I mean, so if you can pick different sources of power, essentially, you know, do you then get to? Because you have the goal that is give people the ability to essentially cosplay their favorite Marvel characters and do similar things, or you have like unique but limited, you know. Anyway, all right. Well, I imagine it's gonna be like what you said, where you just limit it. What I think of, or what I enjoy the idea of, is something that's a little less practical than that. So, if I want to do my night crawling teleports, I'd like to be able to design a character that can do that, but that's not practical in any way, shape, or form for a system.
You know what the
like
wildest thing about this is the business aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
So the single smartest thing Clifford Blazinski ever said in his entire career was
There's room for two.
Is that there's room for two.
Mm-hmm.
The market leader that's totally dominant and number two. And Marvel is looking at the current MMO space and seeing number two crawl up into number one spot and number two racked with problems and go, I bet we can get number two.
WoW's up for fucking grabs. It certainly is. They're not wrong. You know, they ain't wrong about that. If they can find ways to basically, in theory, learn from the mistakes and
as long as it's competent, launches well, and there isn't a news article every single week going, the people who made this game are rapists, I think they might be able to steal second base.
Seems possible. I guess we'll just have to wait to see the trailer that shows you exactly those 6 classes and how limited that's all going to be. Where it's like, whatever Marvel hero you wanna, it's gun. You're a gun guy. You're walking around and you shoot. That's your special. You know, or you're a healer. You do the Scarlet Witch, but it's really just the healing, and that's it. I'm like, oh, okay, all right. Can I wear an X-Men uniform? Yes, you can. You can faction up with that. Okay.
I should mention, I don't know what they're thinking. I hope they don't spend too much money on this, because it is known that Riot is working on an MMO, which is yes, that's the most hidden of their projects.
Oh my god.
And
people are starting to make MMOs again. They're
considering the history and the staff, it might as well just be the sequel to World of Warcraft.
Huh. Dude, everyone gave up on that genre. 14 took it, WoW stood in place, and everyone said, fuck this, we're out.
It took a long time for 14 to crawl up there.
Yeah. But, you know, resilience and rebooting the game, and basically it's a sequel. Let's be real. Yeah. But they just stopped trying. We're back to the phase of people making MMOs again, giving it a shot.
Riot is doing the thing where, hey, do you know you remember one of the reasons why World of Warcraft was so popular right out the gate? Because people love Warcraft and StarCraft.
Yes, absolutely.
Do you know what people love right now? Runeterra and Arcane and League of Legends.
Yeah, no, for sure. And you know, every hypothetical of World of StarCraft just never happened, right?
Yeah, that just fucking nowhere.
Okay, so that's coming.
Every single project about StarCraft that wasn't StarCraft got canceled,
except for StarCraft 2.
Yeah. Which I consider to be more StarCraft.
But technically, the first version of that probably did get canceled, and then
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Like,
yeah.
they canceled, like, fucking 2 action games and prep work on an MMO.
The most cutting room floor content for of any IP.
Shame they couldn't apply that to some of their staff.
All right. Speaking of 14 and MMOs, there was, I didn't know about this, but apparently some people caught that Babylon's Fall
Oh, man!
had a bunch of gear in it that people are like, is this just FF14 gear?
And the answer is yes, it absolutely
Yes.
is.
And then there was some screenshots of like literally armor being just asset dumped right in. And apparently this got a response from Squeenix, specifically coming out to say that Yoshida offered his help with existing gear and emote assets in Babylon's Fall. And essentially he offered to help them to give them stuff that they could use in Babylon's Fall, and they said yes, please.
Yeah.
And the reason why it seemed like all of the majority of the gear is all just straight up lifted from FF14 is because a lot of it is starting gear, and the demo that people played didn't have people weren't going to see the mid-range gear, which is where the original stuff comes in.
Yeah.
So the closed beta showed off most of the asset.
I don't think anybody thought that it was stolen or that non-official because Square Enix is the publisher.
No, but it is just a question mark of like,
it is just
like why
weird.
why is it just literally the same shit?
This is a good way to segue into it. I know some people who played Babylon's Fall, the beta period or the playtest. I don't know what the fuck it was called.
CBT.
That game sounds terrible.
Whoa, no.
I don't know if you remember when they showed it off the second time.
Yes.
And it looked like garbage. Apparently, it plays like garbage.
The second time they showed off more combat and more air comboing things. And it seemed like they were improving the combat at the very least over what they first showed off.
Like, Platinum opened up a studio specifically to make live service games, and this as their first attempt is dire.
What they showed off in June looked better than what they showed off in 2019.
Well, I'm telling you, the very first thing I saw was people going, wow, I love an action game from Platinum where I just smash on an enemy that doesn't look like it's taking any damage, and I'm just bored.
Oh, my kryptonite. Yeah. Okay, that'll kill me. I can't handle that. I can't handle doing wild shit on something that stands there and has a number popping out of it.
It looks like complete garbage. Like, it looks like trash. Like, this might kill Platinum outright.
Oh, man. Well, not before the Hero game.
They made a whole studio for this fucking thing.
Hold up. What about the Hero trilogy?
Also, I need to really point out very strongly, I'm highly familiar with the gear that we're talking about that got, sent over.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bad sign. FF14 is a game running on spaghetti. Do you remember what I was talking about technical debt earlier? They have been astonishingly forward in the FF14 development that they are dealing with mountains of technical debt in FF14. It's a miracle that game runs at all, right?
Mm.
All the gear that is in 14 that they kicked over down to Babylon's Fall looks way, way shittier in Babylon's Fall, which is ostensibly a new game. It looks like crap.
Is there
yeah, there's photos.
Or I was gonna say, are there streams of the CBT? Or
I did not see any streams.
Embargoed.
I don't think you were allowed to do it.
Okay.
Oh wait, hold on. Mia played it? Oh, apparently. Hold on.
I'm seeing. Oh, here we go. 12 minutes of closed beta gameplay. Yeah. Okay. No, there's a couple of and this is from about 2 weeks ago. So there's.
She did a. Can I get a VOD? How far back was that? That was probably a while ago, right? Oh, and Gigaboots also covered it. Okay, so yeah, people.
Yeah, there's a couple of videos here I can see.
So yeah, if you want to go check out footage of Babylon's Fall, you can check out Gigaboots and Meabyte. And apparently that looks like trash. I'm just gonna keep scrolling until I find something. I can't find anything. Fuck.
God damn it. All right.
Gigaboots did an hours-long stream and they melted. Yeah, they love playing garbage for long periods. I don't know what's wrong with them.
Oh, Platinum. Okay.
You know, Platinum games felt really good, and then
Well, time and money are things.
Yeah,
there's a sentence. Like,
Astral Chain was pretty good. I liked Astral Chain.
Astral Chain was pretty good. Bayonetta 3 is probably gonna be pretty good.
But I will say there's definitely some Platinum games that have lost their luster.
I will still say that there's fun parts to Transformers and Korra.
I think Transformers is way better than Korra.
Yeah. We don't talk about Ninja Turtles, but you know, I will say that there's stuff to see in those too. Okay. All right. Damn.
Don't worry, guys. Platinum's here to save us from the live service disaster that is Outriders. You know, as somebody who plays Square Enix's biggest and most successful live service game, watching them constantly go, but what if we had another live service game, and dumping millions and millions of dollars into them only for them to completely crash and burn is pretty frustrating.
I think we've talked about this. And I think I've said it, but I was there when the moment happened where the emails went out and the discussions occurred that were essentially like, gas, baby, all pedal to the metal. We're going full gas. And the idea of like burning through a franchise in the quest for a successful gas game, whether it's Sleeping Dogs,
they have one.
Whether it's Sleeping Dogs, whether it's Nosgoth, because that's what we're gonna call it, whether it's Tomb Raider, whatever the case might be, the proposition of the money you can make on that is so high that they're not gonna stop. Even if they have one, there's always another one in the works, because the it's too much. It's too profitable.
Yeah, that's Nosgoth, Outriders, and probably Babylon's Fall are totally going to make so much profit. Avengers 2.
Yep.
Look at all that profit they're making.
Yep. Absolutely. It's gambler's fallacy practically. Like, just looking at the potential gains is too addictive. They can't stop. And I remember seeing what essentially felt like we're grabbing the steering wheel and swerving violently off the fucking to the exit ramp. If you've seen that, with the car that swerves towards gas, man. Everything that's not gas needs to implement gas, or think about how we can start using gas mentality in games that were not originally designed with gas as at the core.
It's just like, it's interesting because the very last interview that Yoshi P did, he talked about now that the company has acknowledged FF14's success, like, we have all the resources we need, something like that, right? And it's fascinating because, like, the game's been out for 8 years now, and like there were definitely periods in which they would say like, yes, we are aware this, but we don't have the staff or resources to take care of that feature. We're very sorry. And then like Square Enix would put out like a fucking like earnings report that shows off that like FF14 literally paid for like 5 games to crash and burn.
Of course, FF14 will continue to pay for all this wild shit.
And it's like, why don't you just put some money back into that? They've clearly put some money back into that, and Walker has a lot more going on than usual.
Yeah, and also, and like, but hold on, like FF7 Remake will drop and people will be like, fuck yeah, here, buy this, you know?
Yeah.
But no, 14 will continue to pay for these fucking blackjack gambles on a live service game, because holy shit, we stand to make so much if the fan base that loves Legacy of Kain is down to pay money on a regular basis for Legacy of Kain related content.
That might have been the actual stupidest one I've ever seen from any company on like a misread of what like a group of people actually want.
They want this franchise back. They're willing to pay for it on a monthly basis. Let's get them.
Like they could have literally gone and spoken to 5 random people and would have all got completely universal answers of like, I am not interested in that.
You liked Sleeping Dogs.
I did.
You liked Wei Shen, motherfucker. Who are you?
I did. That's true.
So then you will be willing to pay for the Chinatown Wars on a monthly basis for more Sleeping Dogs content.
No, that's not true.
And if we take every potential purchase of Sleeping Dogs and say that number of people on a monthly basis as income, like
yeah, it's a bunch of producers trying to justify their existence. I was just reading up on a thread that was like Mel Brooks. Stories about Mel Brooks are coming out. I think he's got a book coming out. But Mel Brooks' biggest piece of advice with dealing with the studio, which is totally appropriate, is him talking to the studio people about Blazing Saddles and how the head of the studio tells him, I don't like Gene Wilder. Get rid of him. I don't want him in the movie. I don't think he's a good pick. And you know what Mel Brooks' solution to that? It was absolutely great. He's gone. And then he just leaves and doesn't do anything. Like every single time he would show a cut of Blazing Saddles, they would tell him all this shit to cut. He's like, absolutely, I'm writing it down. We're going to cut that. That's going to be gone. And he would throw the piece of paper out on the way out of the fucking room.
That's one way.
They would fucking forget, because these types of fucking idiots just see something and they go, what if I made this? Or what if I changed this? Or what if I... The only time I can ever think of that working in my life is when they showed Anthem to John Riccatello, and he said, that flying shit's pretty good. You should focus on that. And he was right, because that was the only thing anyone liked about Anthem.
1,000,000%.
Or was it Patrick Soderlund? Whatever, it doesn't matter. But like the one EA guy who said, yeah, that flying shit seems cool.
So the method, that's like, I used to, like, that's brilliant, because like, here I'm looking at the South Park method, where they get around censors by putting in jokes that are way too far, clearly, obviously going to get cut, and then they take the bite and the bait and say, you got to get that out, and they're like, okay, cool, so that the regular shit is left alone, because the contrast is so insane.
You remember Battle Chess back in the early 90s?
Yeah, okay.
So Battle Chess was a game. It was just a chess game, but it had fancy animations of the pieces killing each other.
Lightning strikes and shit.
It was really simple. It was a lot of fun. People liked it.
Yeah.
The people working on that knew that their producer was the kind of guy who every single fucking time they showed him anything, something had to change so that he would, have a job.
Oh,
what they did was they put a duck that just flew around the queen's head 24 like the whole time. It looked like shit. And they showed him the fucking gold master. He's like, yeah, it looks great. Just cut the duck. And sure enough, there's their game.
Yep. You got to hand him something to change. Got to get the stamp of approval, right?
Like
Writer punch-ups on scripts. You got to punch it up. The script is fine. It doesn't need a punch up. But if I don't change something, they won't hire me and pay me again for more punch ups. I got to change something.
Because I didn't do anything.
I got to get a credit here. Time to punch it up, even though it doesn't need one.
It's how a bunch of movies get fucked up.
Yeah.
Because
exactly.
you
2, 3, 4 punch ups.
You get a movie, you get an animated show, and in some cases you get a game that has voice talent. And the number one fuck up, I saw some voice actors complaining about this the other day, where the fucking project's a go, everything's a go. Something happens with the project, right? There's money problems or whatever. Gets kicked over, gets delayed, gets kicked down the street to a new producer or a slightly different top executive team. First thing, well, we want to hire our own people. Everybody's casting gets thrown in the dirt. Completely rehire every single fucking role for no reason,
for nothing at all,
for no gain.
Yeah. No, it's just the worst. Shout outs to the Austin Powers coffee diarrhea scene, because the existence of that scene where he drinks a cup of what he thinks is coffee, but it turns out it's poop. Yeah. The implication of that allows everyone who gets censored in a movie to go, you allowed Austin Powers to sip shit. Yeah. So our joke is not as far as that. And everyone's got to go, well, fuck, that's true.
Now, this is just something I was reading up on a Twitter thread earlier today, so take it with a grain of salt. But supposedly the Alfred Hitchcock was sending in fucking Psycho to the MPAA for ratings in films. And they were like, fucking no, this is the most violent movie. Get the fuck out of here. And he just kept sending in the same cut over and over and over until they got used to the amount of violence and let it through.
Oh, man. That's those stories, dude. Yeah. I've said it before. The Walking Dead, the comic, right?
Yeah.
Not even before the show, when it was just the comic. Walking Dead. It's like, okay, so I got a pitch, right? I think it was IDW or whatever, and it's like, yeah, okay, so, it's a zombie story, post-apocalyptic. We're gonna tell stories about these characters, and it's gonna be interesting. Yeah. And they're like, and he's like, and that's the pitch, and they're like, yeah, no. And he's like, and then you find out that the zombies are actually it's aliens that are behind the whole thing. And at first we start out with a hint of it, but you don't know where it comes from. And then the threat of it being zombies becomes a preparation for a whole all-out invasion war. And, multiple books in, we build up to it, and then you never even realize it was sci-fi the whole time. You thought it was just a zombie story. And they're like, abso-fucking-lutely, green like that shit.
And then
5 books in. Hey, when are we going to get to the... Yeah, no, that wasn't real. I lied.
No,
okay, cool.
You. No, I'm a liar. You're an idiot.
We're never getting to the aliens, are we? Nope, we're not. Okay, well, it's selling, so thank you.
I think the producers that somehow nepotism their way into this shit without knowing a single goddamn thing about anything are literally the curse of every entertainment industry. They're the absolute goddamn worst. They're if you could point to a single reason why everything sucks shit, it's this type of person that happens to always be around. But I think the best one ever, and it's much too long of a story to tell here, it's Kevin Smith describing his fucking Superman pitch,
Wild West,
and how the fucking producer that he had to go to his house to talk to him for some reason, just kept becoming obsessed with a giant mechanical spider being the ending of the fucking Superman movie, only for Smith to back off on it, and just a few years later see that Wild West is coming out under the same producer, and fucking sure enough, there's a giant mechanical spider at the end of the movie.
Doors swing open.
because this guy is just like every single fucking movie anyone talked to him about was like, what if there was a big mechanical spider at the end?
So it's become a whole like thing now with multiple talks and takes and podcasts and such. But the original first evening with Kevin Smith, I think, is where that story was told. And yeah, it's unbelievable. It is just an absolute walk into the uselessness of these producer roles and the just wanting to get their name stamped on the thing so they can walk around the cocktail party going, hey, you know, that bit right there? Yeah, that was this guy, you know, and just doing whatever the fuck they can. It's awful. And it's also the reason why great scripts are almost destined to die, even when they get greenlit, you know, in most cases. Anyway, so that was a big long ways to go, but
I don't know what we were talking about. Babylon's Fall.
Babylon's
like shit.
Fall. That's why Babylon's Fall has FF14 gear in it. All right. Other things I have.
Before we leave off on that, actually, I just want to make one final comment. FF14 went from being a complete disaster to being a gigantic success in every sense of the word. And a not insignificant amount can be laid at the direct feet of one really good producer instead of as the opposite of the stories we've been telling. When the person who actually gets to make the decisions knows what they're doing, yeah, you can turn garbage into something valuable.
The key and the most important part, especially when you know you're dealing with one of these assholes, just lie.
Just lie to them.
Just lie. Yeah, sure, dude. That's why of all these stories, like, they're all fun because there's like 2 steps of obfuscation that are hilarious. But the Mel Brooks one is like, there is nothing else.
There was no plan, no ploy, no nothing.
There was no second step.
No, I would just lie to them every single time it came up. I would just tell them, absolutely, boss. Yeah. Because that's all they want. They want people to capitulate to them. That's it.
There you go. Just lie.
God, Mel Brooks is a goddamn legend.
So, just a couple other little things. One, apparently Epic just bought Harmonix.
Oh, cool.
I have not been paying attention to what Harmonix has been doing since, I guess, Drop Mix. But it seems like they've tried a bunch of stuff. I unfortunately didn't keep up. But there's some cool music stuff that Harmonix does and done. But Epic won it. So
Epic won it.
Epic got it.
In their continuing quest to make sure there's no monopolies.
I mean, I have to assume that Harmonix was in a situation where they needed the money because we haven't heard from them in a minute.
Yep.
That's it. Also, rumors of Mass Effect adaptation are happening with Amazon Prime. TV deal or some such, or some kind of adaptation. And Henry Cavill actually teased a picture of him reading a script that was actually just a printout of a Mass Effect 3 wiki page.
Yeah, so number one, wow, this is late. Like, wow. Two, yeah, that's a totally great fit as long as you do anything but adapt the games.
There's a ton of books and lore and shit to go on them. Yeah.
Literally anything other than just telling the story of the games.
So apparently the reason why so late, or why all this noise about Mass Effect now, is because Wheel of Time that just dropped has been a huge success. And like it literally came out 10 days ago.
Yeah, I was talking, me and Paige were hanging out and talking with Amanda the Jedi, and she had just gone to see that. And yeah, apparently it's quite good.
So yeah,
like
turns out you can adapt Robert Jordan shit. Fucking or Dune just did its thing, right? So not just that, but yeah, Wheel of Time basically dropped and did really well for them. So they've tripled down on all their adaptation discussions in the works.
Yeah.
And Mass Effect was one of the deals they've been working on. So that is why noise of Mass Effect now.
Hey, I do have one thing to say about Wheel of Time, despite the fact that I haven't seen it. You know how we were just getting annoyed about Game of Thrones cutting cool ass big shit, right? I can't think of a book series that would be improved more than by cutting hundreds of pages in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, fucking, there are such long stretches of the Wheel of Time of people talking in a room about political bullshit that it's like, man, you gotta just cut all that.
In the bad way, because they can do it, because you can do that in a good way. If you do that Legend of the Galactic Heroes, then you're doing that the good way.
No, man. No, you cut it. You just cut it. It's fine. I'm telling you right now. You don't need to cut to people who actually have read the books at least somewhat. You don't need to cut to a lightsaber reaction shot of Nynaeve, or however you pronounce her name, tugging on her fucking braid in every goddamn scene. Okay? Jordan was a verbose man. You don't need it.
We got through Token. We can do this. What you better not fucking cut is, I hope Henry doesn't cower out from some big old alien sex. I hope they fucking go in, and I hope they film it in such a way where, like, you have to kind of you have to think about how the mechanics work, you know, when the Asari are doing their shit.
Hey, guess what?
What?
You could show me one screenshot of a set pick for the new Mass Effect show with Henry Cavill, and I would immediately go, okay, yeah, no, they're gonna nail it. And that's Henry Cavill playing anyone but a human being.
Mm-hmm.
If he's playing a Turian or a Krogan or a Solarian, fucking nailed it. Great, good, excellent, great, done.
You know they're casting him for Shepard, dude. You know.
If they do, if the
he
word
has leading man jaw. You don't cast leading man jaw to not be Shepard. That's what they're doing.
If the word, so this is the opposite of that. If the word Shepard is said aloud in that first trailer, that thing's going to be complete garbage.
Oh, you bet your fucking ass you're getting it alongside all your fucking N7 merch. And it's good. Like,
no, N7 isn't specific to Shepard. You can do anything.
Yeah, but you're getting not only Shepard, but the characters that you know specifically and care about.
That's a huge mistake
in adaptation. They would never
do
the cool guy move of making a story that takes place within this universe.
The only character that I want to fucking see in this Mass Effect TV show that is an existing character from the books is Blasto. It's the only one.
See, I think the problem is that you need to take into consideration that Amazon wants to get the thing that people know, and the thing they know is the Shepard. It's not about, like, oh, let's push forward the best, like, the best lore that'll expand this world in an interesting way. It's
hey, Wooly, did you not watch Mandalorian? How long was it before a bunch of established Star Wars characters started showing up on screen?
Well, that's the difference, I suppose, between, like, with them doing it themselves versus here, where they're banging for a deal with Amazon Prime TV, right? Hopefully they do that, but I'm not gonna. I certainly would set my expectations to fucking low, that you're not gonna just see people doing the exact plot of Mass Effect 1 and 2 and such going into TV.
If they here's my fucking pitch for a Mass Effect show. You ready? First Contact War. 70 years before the game takes place. It's about the Turians and the first contact with
Sounds awesome.
Humans.
Sounds super cool. It just seems extremely unlikely based on, Shepherd recognition money. Yeah. So there you go. That's it. We did it.
They should put me in charge of all these things. I'm smart.
Now we're talking. LOL Lamau is not an appropriate answer.
What if they all just died at the end of the first episode?
When we ask you what the hell is happening on set, that's not gonna work for the board.
I forget who I was talking to recently, but I'm like, man, the most frustrating thing about being in this profession and dealing with all this media is that I have an excellent ability to tell you that something sucks shit and why, but I have no replacement idea for you, ever. I have nothing to give you. I can tell you that you suck and that you should do something different, and then when they go, like, what? I go, I don't know, fuck, I'm not a writer. I'm gone.
Welcome to the concept of fandom. 101.
All right, that's it for us this week.
Let's take some letters.
Yeah, if you want to send in a letter about what sucks but have no ideas on what to change, send it to castlesuperbeast@gmail.com. No, castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
Thank you very much. Good catch. This one's coming in from Mike, and Mike says, Dear Saltmaster Wooly and Orbman Pat, during your talk about Darkest Dungeon 2, you mentioned how super popular mods can show the problems with game design decisions. Got me thinking about what games I would never recommend people play without mods, because the stock user experience has flaws that make it suck ass.
Right.
There are plenty of games where I recommend mods, but there's one where it's absolutely miserable without modding it first. Harebrained Schemes Battletech should never, ever, ever be played without mods, especially if you have any kind of anxiety. The game has, 1, no way to change difficulty without mods. 2, an invisible 18% hard cap on the value of anything you sell. 3, going from star system to star system costs time and money. A 45-minute long missions where 8 enemies will be on the field versus your set group of 4. Every mission will cause some damage to you and your units. Ability for your mech pilots to be injured. Mission payouts, salvage. Don't make up for the damage incurred. Lots of dice rolls, some with modifiers that are not exposed to the player's stock UI. Grinding out the ass to get parts. DLC locked behind completing the campaign in the stock version. Melee-centric units that suck ass because they're too close to the tabletop version and it doesn't support proper implementation into the systems. It just goes on and on and on.
So I have 2 games.
Mission difficulty indicators that straight up lie or based on absurd bullshit. No way to skip intro videos or anything.
Now, people in our chat are disagreeing with this letter very strongly.
I hope you never play this game from my own goblins.
I have 2 games that are going to have no one arguing with me on them. Totally uncontroversial. Number 1, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines is an unplayable piece of shit without mods. It is legitimately completely broken, top to bottom. Even when I did play it with mods, it was still goofy. But it's a pretty good game with the mod fix. And number 2, if you start any game made by Bethesda or on a Bethesda engine, the first thing you're going to do is you hit that fucking tilde and you do player.add weight or whatever the fuck it is to make your carry weight functionally infinite.
My answer is simply KOTOR 2 because it's the difference between being worth your time to play and not.
Yep.
It's the difference between one of the best stories in this universe and
just a really busted game.
Yep. All right. Let's
Player.mod AV carry weight 5,000. That's what it is. Thank you.
Meek says, hey, Pat and Wooly, someone reminded me about the MK11 ending where Jax goes back in time and solves slavery. Seems weird that nobody else in MK did that. Want to ask, what's your favorite non-canon or alternative ending?
That's pretty good. That's a pretty good one.
Jax did solve slavery. I'm gonna go with the ones that happen, but the credits don't roll right afterwards because the people in charge were too scared to actually commit to their decisions. So instead, they just what if you in the middle of the story. We just talked about it, but Last Jedi, literally going
man.
in the middle of Last Jedi, just going like, what?
Here's a really cool, good ending. And what if he just didn't do it?
Nope. Backing the fuck out of the climax of Last Jedi. And you know what has exactly that same energy of like, okay, here's a thing, but also no, we're not doing this because and in this case it's also because they just wanted to fucking change what the franchise was.
Yeah.
Assassin's Creed 3. The ending of Assassin's Creed 3 where you get to the end of Desmond's story is so fucking wild because it shows you what they intended or what they had an idea of what the story should be or become. And then they just go, nah, we're not gonna do that. Nope. And then nothing. And then they just fart their way out of the room and hotbox you and lock the door. And just like, you're like, you had enough fucking gall to show off what you thought you were gonna like commit to, but then you didn't have the balls to commit to it. So then instead you said, what if we committed to it? Wouldn't that be interesting? Anyway, we're not doing that. Just fucking around. Grab you by the dick. Catch you later. Got your nose. Whoa.
I think,
and then just piece the fuck out.
I think my favorite
Both
one
of those,
these,
the same shit.
like pseudo alternates or what if endings, is the Silent Hill joke endings.
Dog.
Because specifically the UFO ones, because the Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3 UFO endings are canon within themselves. Like the Silent Hill 2 UFO ending is a sequel to the Silent Hill 1 UFO ending, and the Silent Hill 3 UFO ending has Cheryl, Heather meeting up with Harry and fucking James after they get abducted by UFOs, and then the UFOs sing a fucking song.
That is great.
It's great.
And last one here from Peter. Greetings, Patroclus the Coward and Willie Maximus. Got a question that stems from something you said in an earlier episode. You talked about the Book of Boba Fett. You said it looked kind of cool, but you felt odd going from The Mandalorian, where the helmet was almost always on, to Book of Boba, where even in the trailer the helmet is barely on half the time.
Right.
I get how it would be weird in a sense, but I had no problem with it for a specific reason. Crazed Maori warrior Death Eyes. I love the look of Berserk Fury in Temuera Morrison's eyes when he's beaten down some poor bastard. Question is, have you ever had someone level a valid criticism, but you tilt your head and go, I get that, but this though? That's a pretty good reason.
All the time.
That. He's got the Pukana eyes and you know that energy. I see it. I can think of one. Well, you go ahead, because I can think of one. And
I can't think of shit, but I know that I do that all the time. Like, this sucks, but I go, yeah, but that part's really cool though.
That one thing though, right? And here's what it is. In a pre-Metroid Dread world, in a time when Samus was limited to the great games that we knew, Team Ninja in Other M added some combat backflips and evasion techniques that I thought were really cool, that I wanted to see. I like the little sprinkle of action mobility into that Metroid style system. So I liked that you could do that stuff in combat in Other M, despite the fact that the story is abysmal and everything else was just fucking terrible. And I still say, yeah, but check out the backflip around the character counter hits.
I think there's a part where in Other M, I think the part that sold you was like Samus does like a running bulldog to a lizard and then just shoots it in the face when it hits the ground.
That's exactly what she does.
And it's like, man, that's really cool.
Like, she running bulldogs it and goes bam. I'm like, damn it, that fucking combat is sick. So there you go. Other M combat apologist. Anyways.
It's going to take a long time to get the stink of Other M off you. It's taken like 10 years to get the story off of you.
It'll be on my grave. All right.
Hey, before we let you go, everybody, if you're watching this live on Monday, me, Paige, and Plague are to watch Star Trek later.
Okay.
So come on down to that. Macardo.tv/Plague.
I think Reggie wants to watch the Game Awards this week, so we might do that.
Oh, fuck! Is that this fucking week?
I think so. And, well, no, he kind of brought it up, but I want to throw him under the bus anyway, so we might
They're going to announce Bloodborne or some shit.
I don't know. I don't usually like, as you know, doing these, but we might do it, so...
That was December 10th.
Is it not this week? Is it?
Yeah, I think it's next week.
Oh, okay. All right, then we're too early on that. All right.
Okay.
Well,
good.
in that case, birthday stream. Take care, guys.
Bye. All right, you want another thing?